Chapter 1290. In the distance, there were countless martial artists rushing over in a frenzy, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The 5 black-clothed men sneered, and one of them, a tall man, shouted coldly and attacked. Immediately, the 5 of them attacked the core elder in front of them. The great battle erupted, and it was abnormally intense. The core elder of the Duan family was full of confidence. But very soon he let out a cry of surprise. "You guys are actually all 9th level supremacies!" He was simply too shocked to think that the 5 people who killed him were actually all 9th level supremacies. Although they were only at the initial 9th level, their strength was still very terrifying. Under normal circumstances, a mid-stage 9th level martial artist could contend against 3 initial stage supremacies, at most 4. If there were 5, they could not contend at all and could only retreat. Now, the Duan family's elder was facing such a situation. "Old man, today is the day you die." The 5 of them roared, erupting with energy that could tear heaven and earth. After a great battle, the Duan family's core elder fought with all his strength, but he still could not escape and finally lost his life here. Seeing the strongest core elder being killed, the surrounding martial artists were all scared out of their wits and fled one after another. Similar things were happening in many places of the Duan family. Of course, some succeeded and some failed. But no matter what, the Duan family suffered heavy losses, and even a few core elders were killed. For a time, it set off a huge uproar in the entire Tianwu continent. The Duan family was incomparably furious and fought back with all their might, but there are too many assassins and they were very scattered, so the effect they achieved was minimal. In the end, the Duan family had no choice but to recall all the important elders and martial artists. However, they did not sit still and wait for death, but quickly sought an alliance, preparing to counterattack again. For a time, there were also many forces that joined. In a blink of an eye, a month passed, and the situation in Tianwu continent became more and more tense, while Lin Xian's side was rather quiet. With the help of the illusory array, Xin Jingqiu finally overcame her heart demon and awakened the power of bloodline again. And on Lin Xian's side, he also successfully refined an armor. That armor was bright red all over, emitting light, and engraved on it was very complicated and profound. Lin Xian tested it out and found that this armor alone could block 70% of the attacks. In other words, if a 9th heaven venerate attacked him, the armor would be able to block 70% of the attack. As for the remaining 30%, he could rely on his powerful body and defense to block it. It had to be said that this was a good way to save one's life. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Xian called Yu Fei over and asked about the situation outside. After learning about Chong Kuang of the Duan clan, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. In a month's time, a few core elders of the Duan clan were killed. However, these people were killed by different forces. Therefore, no one had been able to gather the heads of 3 core elders, and no one had been able to exchange them for the longevity pill. However, Lin Xian was in no hurry. It had only been a month. As time passed, someone would definitely succeed in a sneak attack. "Where's the 9th elder?" Lin Xian asked. 9th elder returned to War God Palace. "I heard that he had something important to do." Yu Fei said, "Return to the Palace of Ares? Forget it. Let me know when he comes back. Also, continue to monitor the Duan clan's actions. If there's anything unusual, report to me immediately." After arranging the following matters, Lin Xian accompanied Xin Jingqiu to cultivate in the Immortal Martial Academy. Xin Jingqiu had recovered her bloodline power, and her cultivation had also increased rapidly. Now, she had already reached the 4th heaven venerate realm. Lin Xian felt that the outside world was too chaotic, so he decided to let Xin Jingqiu cultivate in the Immortal Martial Academy. Anyway, it was very safe here and the outside world couldn't attack. Moreover, there were many people of the same age here, and they could interact with each other. Shan Jingqiu happily agreed to this suggestion. In the next few days, Lin Xian continued to cultivate. Of course, the most important thing was still to cultivate Firmament 9 and Void Shattering Finger. Now he could already form 2 Void Shattering Finger, and he could use 3 types of seals with Firmament Transformation. Not only that, but his cultivation had also been increasing. Now he was about to reach the peak of the Venerable Realm. Lin Xian's side was going smoothly, but the Duan clan didn't have it easy. They were completely targeted, and now they didn't even dare to leave their house. Facing this situation, the Duan clan's patriarch and martial venerable could still keep calm and cultivate silently. However, young Master Ling Feng couldn't tolerate it at all. He was young and arrogant and didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now he was suppressed by a 7th heaven venerate realm brat to the point that he couldn't leave his house. This was a great humiliation to him. Therefore, he decided to retaliate fiercely. "Where is that brat now?" young Master Ling Feng asked. "Young Master, that brat is now in the Immortal Martial Academy. We can't enter at all. Damn that brat, he hid very well. But does he think he's safe now?" Young Master Ling Feng's expression was cold. "How many people can we mobilize? Our Duan clan's people are completely targeted, especially those core elders. I'm afraid that they will be assassinated the moment they leave. Moreover, Lin Xian's side is definitely watching us, so we can't mobilize the forces of our Duan clan." The subordinate said, "In that case, only the subordinate clans and Skynet are left. Inform the assassins of the 8 great clans and Skynet to gather. Tell them that there's a mission for them." Young Master Ling Feng said in a deep voice. Yes, the subordinate's expression turned cold. Young Master Ling Feng said in a deep voice, "Since that brat is hiding in Tianwu Academy, we'll lure him out." "Young Master, you mean? It's simple. Arrange 3 fake assassinations and spread the news that 3 of our core elders have been killed. After that, arrange for our men to bring the fake heads to exchange for longevity pills." "Young Master, could it be that you want the longevity pills? But the other party will definitely check it." "Fool! I don't want the longevity pills. Can't you think of a way to lure that brat out and check the goods somewhere else? When he falls into our trap, his life and death will be up to me." "Young Master is wise. If that brat really falls into our trap, he's definitely dead. Remember, send more 9th heaven venerate realm experts. The 8th heaven venerate realm experts must be the elites. It's best if they can use combination formations. This time we must succeed." "Yes." The subordinate replied and left quickly. Seeing his subordinate leave, a cruel smile appeared on young Master Ling Feng's face. "No one can make me suffer. Lin Xian, you're the first. However, you'll have to pay a painful price for it." Following which, young Master Ling Feng's plan began to unfold. Soon, the news of the assassination of the core elders of the Duan clan spread. There were even many cultivators who witnessed it. Chapter 1291. Following that, young Master Ling Feng's plan quickly unfolded. Soon, the news of the Duan clan's core elder being assassinated spread. Many cultivators even saw it with their own eyes. For a time, all sorts of rumors spread. Not long after, another 2 core elders of the Shin clan were killed. Following that was the 3rd. What? Another 3 core elders were killed? Is the Duan clan crazy? Why did they let their core elders come out? Many people were shocked, and many others were suspicious. This is normal. Many of the Duan clan's businesses have been severely affected. Their resources have probably decreased by a lot. If they continue to hide, their resources will probably be cut off. That's why those people took the risk to come out. That makes sense. However, the other party is too powerful. They actually managed to kill the Duan clan's core elders. I wonder if they are from the same faction? That's right. If they are from the same faction, then they can exchange for longevity pills. Immediately, everyone became excited. Countless people continued to keep an eye on the Shen clan. Even more people went to Elite Hall to check if there were any longevity pills being exchanged. At this moment, an ordinary-looking, gray-clothed man walked into Elite Hall. That gray-clothed, middle-aged man kept a low profile. Furthermore, he looked ordinary. He also suppressed his aura very low. Hence, no one noticed him in the crowd. Elite Hall's manager did not notice him either. However, after the other party said something, they took him seriously. This is not the place to talk. Follow me to the back. Soon, the gray-clothed, middle-aged man was brought to a living room at the back. Is what you said true? The Elite Hall's manager asked. Of course. How can I lie about something like this? The gray-clothed man said. The Elite Hall's manager said, Even so, we still have to inspect the goods in advance. I'm just a messenger. The goods are not with me. Of course, you can inspect the goods, but you can't do it here. The gray-clothed man said, After all, killing the Duan clan's core elders is a big deal. Furthermore, it's 3 of them. If this news spreads, the Duan clan will definitely fight to the death with us. At that time, we might get killed before we even step out of this door. Hearing that, the Elite Hall's manager frowned. What do you want? We can deliver the goods, but we have to go somewhere else. Where? Nanshan City. The Elite Hall executive officer thought for a moment before saying, I cannot make the decision on this matter. I can only send this news up. As for the outcome, I do not know. It's fine. I can wait here. 3 days. I hope I can get the information I want in 3 days. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's expression was calm. Sure, Class 1 Hall will arrange a place for you. After that, the deacon pushed open the door and ordered someone to prepare the room while he quickly reported the matter. Soon, Lin Xian received the news. Lin Xian frowned. Are you saying that someone killed 3 of the Duan family's core elders and went there to exchange for longevity pills? However, they weren't willing to do the exchange at Class 1 Hall and wanted to go somewhere else? The other party did say that, Older brother Xian, I feel that there's something fishy about this matter. Should we reject the other party? Yu Fei asked. Where did they choose to trade? Nanshan City. Have you explored that place? I have, but I didn't find anything unusual. Furthermore, Nanshan City isn't a force under the Duan family, and it's not too far away from Windy City. Then, what kind of strength did the other party have? Did you find out? No, we didn't reveal any signs, and we couldn't find out either. Yu Fei said, Older brother Xian, I didn't do my job well. It's fine. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then asked, What do you think? The other party is too strange. I'm worried that this is a trap. Furthermore, the 9th and 10th elders aren't here. We don't have any reliable experts. After all, the longevity pill is too tempting. If we use experts from other forces, something might happen. Yu Fei spoke of his worries. Indeed, the longevity pill was a heaven-defying divine medicine. Whether it was consumed or sold, it would be sold at a sky-high price. Therefore, only very reliable people could use it to exchange. Looks like I can only go myself. Lin Xian sighed. No, older brother Xian, it's too dangerous. If it's a trap of the Duan family, the consequences will be very serious. Yu Fei quickly dissuaded. Actually, I also think it's a trap, but I still want to take a look. Lin Xian smiled. I've just refined something good recently. It's a good time to try it out. And don't worry, even if the other party has a half-step king, I'm confident that I can safely retreat. Really? Yu Fei was shocked. Could he escape unscathed in the face of a half-step king? Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. Tell that person that I will go. Yes. Seeing Lin Xian's confident smile, Yu Fei didn't try to dissuade him. After he left, Lin Xian also stopped smiling, and his expression became serious. Duan family, let me see what kind of tricks you can come up with. The dark red dragon said, Kid, don't worry. With me here, you can definitely leave safely. The profound jade platform I refined this time can teleport you 200 miles. As long as it's not a king, there won't be any problems. That's good. Lin Xian was full of confidence. Next, Lin Xian made some preparations and set off. This time, he didn't bring anyone but the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey. He wasn't worried. Firstly, he had just refined the red lotus battle armor, which could block 70% of the damage, greatly increasing his safety. Secondly, he had also made breakthroughs in his 2 Earth-class cultivation techniques, greatly increasing his strength. Moreover, he had the dark red dragon as a helper. If he really couldn't win, he still had the dark red dragon's profound jade platform, which could directly teleport him away. It could be said that it was very safe. Therefore, he dared to go alone. In the elite hall, the gray-clothed, middle-aged man also revealed a smile when he heard the news. However, his smile was somewhat sinister. He knew that the fish had taken the bait, and the next step was to reel in the net. The gray-clothed man waited patiently in the elite hall. 3 days later, Lin Xian arrived. Greetings, young Master Lin Xian. The gray-clothed man slightly bowed to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. I don't have much time. Let's hurry. All right, young Master Lin, follow me. The gray-clothed man didn't delay and quickly soared into the sky. Lin Xian's figure flashed and followed behind. They didn't speak along the way. After about 4 hours, the gray-clothed man in front suddenly said, Young Master Lin, Nanshan City is in front. After saying that, he lowered his body and landed in a city below. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and glanced below. The corner of his mouth curled up, and then he followed. Swoosh, swoosh. The 2 of them landed on the street. When they arrived in the city, the gray-clothed man's footsteps were obviously much faster. Soon he arrived in front of a mansion. The red door was 3 meters wide and 5 meters tall. It was very majestic. There were 2 lifelike statues of strange beasts in front of the door. Young Master Lin, this is the place. Please come in, the gray-clothed man said. Lin Xian nodded without any expression on his face. Seeing that, the gray-clothed man didn't say anything and quickly led the way. When the 2 of them entered the mansion, the gray-clothed man in front was completely relieved. It's settled. As long as they come in, they won't be able to escape. They had set up several formations in this mansion. Some were for defense, some were for sealing, and some were for concealing auras. Chapter 1292. Soon, the gray-robed man brought Lin Xian into a living room. Lin Xian's expression was calm as he sat down in an imposing manner. Soon, a beautiful maidservant brought over some spirit tea. The gray-robed man left after bringing Lin Xian in. At this moment, only Lin Xian and the 2 maids were left in the living room. The 2 maids were making tea very seriously. Young Master Lin, please wait a moment. My master will be here soon. The 2 beautiful maids poured the spirit tea and stood respectfully at the side. Lin Xian nodded. Then he leaned back in his chair and narrowed his eyes. To outsiders, he seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. But in fact, he was communicating with the dark red divine dragon. How is it? What did you find out? Lin Xian asked. There are at least 3 types of spirit arrays here. Moreover, these people look ordinary, but they have all concealed their strength. This is indeed not a good place. The dark red divine dragon said. It is indeed a trap. Along the way, I have also sensed many powerful auras hidden in this villa. Even the surrounding security is very tight. I am afraid it will not be easy to enter and leave. Lin Xian snorted coldly, but he did not care. He wanted to see what these people could do. Not long after he communicated with the dark red divine dragon, the door opened. Then 2 figures walked in. The person in front was an old man. His hair was gray, but his vitality was abnormally strong. He was like a furnace. He walked with a majestic gait. His movements were dignified. From the aura he emitted, Lin Xian could confirm that he was in ninth heaven's supremacy. Behind him, there was a handsome young man who also had the aura of a peak eighth heaven's supremacy. Behind them, there were 8 black-robed men. They had cold expressions and carried swords on their backs. The 8 black-robed martial artists followed into the living room and stood at the side. If one paid attention, they would realize that these people had sealed all the doors and windows of the room. It seemed that they were planning to trap Lin Xian in this room. The tall and dignified old man sat down. Then he stared at Lin Xian and smiled. "There is no choice. The situation is serious. I had to ask young Master Lin to come here personally." "Young Master Lin, did you bring the longevity pill?" "I've been carrying the longevity pills with me." "Where are your heads?" Lin Xian asked calmly. Seeing Lin Xian's confident and calm appearance, the tall and mighty elder's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Disregarding everything else, just this steady aura alone surpassed the vast majority of young martial artists. If such a person was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a great enemy of the Duan clan. Therefore, he had to get rid of him today. Behind the old man, the handsome young man also revealed a cold smile. In his opinion, Lin Xian was not confident. Instead, he was arrogant and had a death wish. How foolish of him to dare to come to their place alone. "My surname is Du, and my name is Kong. This is my grandson, Du Tianqing." "Humph!" Hearing this, Du Tianqing snorted arrogantly. To be honest, in Du Tianqing's heart, Lin Xian was far inferior to him. In terms of talent and strength, Lin Xian was no match for him. It was just that Lin Xian was lucky enough to become the young master of the Palace of Ares. If this identity was given to him, he would definitely be able to do 10 times, no, 100 times better than Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly and said impatiently, "I'm not interested in knowing your name. You just need to hand over the 3 heads of the Duan clan's core elders. As for other things, I'm not interested in knowing." Hearing this, Dukong's face darkened, and he looked at Lin Xian coldly. Suddenly, the air in the room froze like a mountain, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Du Tianqing also shouted angrily, "Lin, what's with your attitude? How dare you speak to my grandfather like that? Hurry up and apologize." Lin Xian sneered, "Who do you think you are? I'm talking to your grandfather. Who are you to speak here? Slap him." Lin Xian's meaning was clear. He was from the same generation as Du Kong, and Du Tianqing was from the same generation as his grandson. Du Tianqing naturally understood what he meant. He was instantly enraged, and even wanted to pull out the long sword at his waist. "Tianqing, back off!" Du Kong said in a low voice, "Don't scare young Master Lin." "Scare me? You're thinking too much. How can this kind of situation scare me?" Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "All right, you've been pretending for so long. Even if you're not tired, I'm tired. Show me what you have." "My time is precious." Hearing Lin Xian's impatient words, Du Kong frowned. "What am I pretending for? You can tell." He suddenly had a bad feeling because Lin Xian was too confident. Could it be that Lin Xian had seen through his trick? But so what? Lin Xian had already come in. There was no way he could escape. "All right, stop wasting time. If you continue wasting time, I'm afraid Ling Feng can't wait any longer." Lin Xian sneered. "Looks like you already know." Du Kong's face was completely dark, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "But I'm curious. Since you already know, you still dare to come. You're really courting death." "I'm curious because I want to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves. But now it seems like it's really nothing." Lin Xian shrugged, and his face was filled with indifference. "Since you already know, then I'll cut to the chase. Men, kill him." As soon as Du Kong's voice fell, 2 black-clothed martial artists in the room quickly walked in. With a clang, they unsheathed their swords and charged at Lin Xian. Dazzling saber lights flashed in the air, and with a sharp aura, they slashed at Lin Xian from both sides. It seemed like they wanted to cut off his arms and legs. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The two dazzling saber lights in the air seemed to have collided with a giant mountain and quickly broke in half. What? He blocked it. Behind him, the two black-clothed martial artists' faces changed drastically, and Dukong's face also darkened. Lin Xian also stopped smiling, and it was replaced by a cold look. His gaze was like lightning, and a dazzling sword light soared from his body, as if it was tearing the world apart. The sword Qi contained a sharp, murderous aura, and it was extremely terrifying, like thousands of beasts galloping. With a wave of his hand, two sword Qi flew out and quickly slashed behind him, instantly cutting the two black-clothed martial artists in half. Instantly, a bloody mist sprayed out, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. "Go, kill him for me!" Dukong roared. He had a bad feeling in his heart, so he did not attack. Instead, he quickly retreated with Du Tianxing. Soon, the other 6 black-clothed martial artists in the room attacked, and a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. They were all 8th Heaven honorables. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a strong, murderous aura emanated from his body. Countless lightning bolts rushed out and surrounded his body. Then Lin Xian punched out. Boom! Thunder exploded, and it rushed forward together with the fist. The power was too strong, as if the thunder god had descended. Poof! 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 The 3 black-clothed martial artists who were charging forward bore the brunt of the attack. They were struck by the violent lightning bolts, and they immediately screamed in agony. Their body defenses and armors shattered instantly, as they could not withstand the powerful power of the lightning bolts. Boom! Chapter 1293. The 3 black-robed men were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They screamed in agony as they were struck by the violent lightning. Their body defenses and armors instantly shattered, unable to withstand the powerful lightning energy. Boom! Then the 3 of them exploded as well. The blood mist in the air had yet to dissipate, but Lin Xian's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Lin Xian appeared in front of the other 2 black-robed martial artists in a flash. His 5 fingers formed a claw as he grabbed their heads and smashed them in the middle. Boom! Like a watermelon being split open, blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, the black-robed man was dead. There was only one person left. However, at this moment, the 2 maidservants who were brewing tea earlier also shouted. They quickly took out 2 thin swords from their storage rings and stabbed at Lin Xian. The 2 swords were at a tricky angle, aiming directly at Lin Xian's vital points. Moreover, they were very fast. They even passed by the black-robed men from before. Who would have thought that these 2 frail girls were actually terrifying assassins? 2 cold lights flashed in the air, instantly slicing through the air. Lin Xian snorted coldly as countless white lightning surged out of his fist. The white lightning was very strange. It carried a cold and violent aura. It quickly formed a demonic beast in the air and pounced forward. In an instant, it enveloped the 2 maidservants. In the next moment, the power of lightning was released. It pierced through their bodies. Plop! Plop! 2 charred bodies fell to the ground, emitting the smell of barbecued meat. When the last black-robed martial artist saw this, his expression changed drastically. He quickly fled outside. However, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared beside him. With a kick, he split the man in half. In an instant, 8 black-robed martial artists and 2 assassins were killed. Blood flowed all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood was disgusting. Du Tianxing's eyelids twitched when he saw this scene. His body began to tremble. Just like him, as a peak 8th Heaven martial artist, he usually did not put anyone in his eyes, but the scene in front of him had deeply stimulated him. Those were 8 8th Heaven supremacies. They were killed in an instant. This was something that he did not dare to imagine. Originally, he was very arrogant and thought that Lin Xian was inferior to him. However, it seemed that he was very wrong. Dukong's expression was also very gloomy. Judging from Lin Xian's methods, his strength was definitely not inferior to a ninth heaven supremacy. It seemed that the rumors were true. I admit that you exceeded my expectations. But so what? We have set a trap today. No matter how strong you are, you will not be able to escape. Where is the enforcement, Elder? Dukong shouted coldly. Suddenly, the void fluctuated and 5 cold figures walked out. The auras of these 5 people were extremely powerful, far surpassing that of the black-robed cultivator from before. Their bodies exuded a violent aura, and their auras showed that they were 5 ninth-level supremacies. The 5 ninth heaven venerables stood in the void like demon kings, firmly locking onto Lin Xian. To the sky, to the sky, to the ground, to be killed, ninth heaven to be. And the sky to sky, to the sky, to the sky, the sky to the sky, to the ground. Assassins. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, formations were activated. Dazzling inscriptions flickered, and the entire villa became a cage. Kill him. Do not leave him alive. Dukong shouted coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless hidden weapons flashed with a cold light. They flew out of the sky and quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. These hidden weapons were poisonous. If a martial artist below the ninth heaven supremacy was hit, he would die from the poison. Lin Xian sneered. He opened his fingers and stretched them forward. Then, countless lightning surged out from his fingertips. They formed a ball of lightning and surrounded him. Immediately, the hidden weapons that filled the sky all crashed into the lightning screen and started to spin inside it. He blocked all of them. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They could not believe it. The darts that they had shot out were very terrifying. Even a ninth heaven supremacy would not be able to block them easily. However, the other party was able to easily block it. One had to admit that this was simply too unbelievable. However, this was not the end. The darts were all suspended in the air. Then, under Lin Xian's control, they flew in all directions at an even more violent speed. Pu-piu! In the next moment, the martial artists hidden in the darkness all screamed. They had all been hit by the darts and were poisoned. Just when everyone wanted to escape, those darts suddenly smashed open, and those injured martial artists were blown into pieces, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. It turned out that these darts had been injected with the power of lightning and were very powerful. Now that they exploded under Lin Xian's control, their power was terrifying. In an instant, dozens of martial artists died. You're courting death. Die, brat. The 5 ninth heaven exalts were enraged when they saw this scene, and they quickly charged towards Lin Xian. These 5 people were too violent. Even a mid-ninth heaven supremacy could not resist them when they joined forces, let alone Lin Xian. Thus, everyone thought that Lin Xian was really going to die this time. Ruffian Dragon, it's up to you, Lin Xian said solemnly. Don't worry, it's just a few ninth heaven supremacies. I don't care about them. Anyway, I haven't exercised in a long time. I can play with them. The dark red dragon laughed strangely. Then he flew out like a bolt of red lightning. Where did this snake come from? You dare to seek death? One of the ninth heaven supremacies laughed coldly and threw a punch at the dark red dragon. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking rang out. In the next moment, that ninth heaven supremacy screamed. This was because his fist collided with the dark red dragon. However, he did not shatter it. Instead, it was like he had collided with a mountain. That terrifying rebounding force caused his entire palm to shatter. Foolish and ignorant human. You want to contend against this emperor with just this little bit of strength? You're really asking for death. The dark red dragon was like an old monster. He laughed strangely. Then his body expanded, and he became a dragon that was dozens of feet long. He quickly trapped 3 of the ninth heaven supremacies. The remaining 2 quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Die, brat! Those 2 ninth heaven supremacies attacked with ferocious roars. Although their 3 companions were blocked, the 2 of them were enough. This was because the 2 of them could fight against a mid-stage ninth heaven supremacy. Killing a 7th heaven supremacy was a piece of cake. Boom, boom. 2 balls of energy surged out and instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Then they quickly exploded. The void trembled, and a terrifying black hole was torn open. Countless waves of air surged, and the scene was very shocking. Meanwhile, the place where Lin Xian was at was drowned by the turbulence. Ha, die! In the distance, Du Tianqing saw this scene and immediately laughed loudly. At the side, Du Kong also heaved a sigh of relief. Whoosh, whoosh! However, suddenly, countless sword qi flew out of the energy vortex and swept out in all directions, instantly slicing the turbulence in the sky. Then, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and he walked out like a god of war. What? He's fine! Everyone was stunned. Chapter 1294. Countless streaks of sword qi flew out from the energy whirlpool and sliced through the air. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he walked out like a god of war. What? He's fine! Everyone was stunned. Impossible, this is impossible! Du Tianqing screamed. Du Tianqing was indeed stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That was the combined attack of 2 ninth heaven venerables. Its power was definitely terrifying and unimaginable, but Lin Xian seemed to be fine. It was as if the attack just now hadn't hit him at all. How could this be? How could he be unharmed? Even the 2 ninth heaven venerables were stunned. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's eyes lit up, and his lips curled up slightly. He was very happy because the red lotus armor that he had refined had played a role and blocked 70% of the attack. That was why he was unharmed. As expected of the red lotus armor, it was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was very excited. He was looking forward to how strong his defense would be if he refined the entire red lotus armor. Since the 2 of you have finished attacking, it's my turn now. Lin Xian released a powerful aura. Then he quickly formed seals with his hands. You're asking for death! The 2 ninth heaven venerables were furious. Although they didn't know how Lin Xian had dodged their attacks, they couldn't tolerate a 7th heaven venerables attacking them. Bloodthirsty ghost claw! Blood-sucking blade! The 2 of them roared and used their ultimate techniques. A ghost claw that was 500 to 600 meters long slashed toward Lin Xian. Just the aftershock alone was enough to cause the entire void to crack open, let alone the terrifying consequences of being hit by it head-on. On the other side, a blood-colored blade shot into the sky as if it was going to cut the entire sky open. This was the furious attack of 2 ninth heaven venerables. Its power was extremely terrifying. Faced with this shocking attack, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He quickly formed seals with his hands. Then, Qi's huge body formed in the sky. As soon as it formed, it charged forward with a ferocious roar. Roar! A sound wave rushed out, forming a boundless killing intent. It rushed forward violently, resisting the blood-red ghost claw and shocking long blade. Rumble! The 2 collided and the sky collapsed. Sky rock transformation. At the next moment, Lin Xian formed another seal. Another golden celestial pung appeared in the void, looking extremely awe-inspiring. The heavenly pung let out a long cry and swooped down, merging with Lin Xian's fist. Kill! Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. Like a god of death, he charged forward. Clang! In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the 2 of them. The golden heavenly pang's fist whistled as it smashed out. Ghost claws flashed in the sky, but they couldn't block it at all. Bei was instantly blasted apart. Crack, crack! On top of that, Ghost-clawed Venerable One's palm was also hit, causing cracking sounds to be heard. Damn it, how is this possible? He was terrified, not daring to believe this. That was because not only did his opponent blast away his ghost claw, he even shattered his fist. Retreat, this young fella's too strange. Ghost-clawed Venerable One dared not fight head-on, so it wanted to distance itself from Ouyangming. You want to leave? Stay. On the other hand, Lin Xian sneered. His fingers formed claws like the sharp claws of a heavenly pung, and he grabbed ghost-clawed Venerable One's arm in a split second. Crack! With a forceful pull, ghost-clawed Venerable One's right arm was directly torn off. White bones were exposed and blood spurted out. The scene was shocking. Ah! Ghost-clawed Venerable One screamed in pain, and its face was hideous. Blood Saber, the Venerable One's face changed. He did not expect his opponent to injure ghost-clawed Venerable One in an instant. What shocked him even more was yet to come. Ghost-clawed Venerable One's right arm that was torn off quickly burned in Lin Xian's hand. In the end, not even ashes were left. On top of that, numerous black flames danced on Ouyangming's left hand, forming a black flame longsword. Sword light flickered as black sword Qi soared into the sky and slashed toward Blood Saber the Venerable One. Get lost! Blood Saber the Venerable One was furious. He slashed 32 saber lights with his wild blood saber in a row. The demonic saber lights quickly crisscrossed in the air like a long red river, emitting monstrous killing intents. When the fearsome red saber lights came into contact with Lin Xian's black sword Qi, they quickly evaporated and formed numerous red mists. In the end, the 32 saber lights evaporated completely without leaving a trace behind. This is impossible. Blood Saber, the Venerable One's face changed. When he saw the black sword Qi that was slashing toward him, he quickly dodged. Even so, he could not avoid it at all. The sword Qi formed by the black flames flickered in the air. Then it split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the end, 64 black sword Qis intertwined to form a sword net, which directly surrounded Blood Saber the Venerable One. TSS. Blood Saber the Venerable One could not dodge, so he could only take it head-on. He quickly formed 13 layers of defense and pushed the armor on his body with all his might, preparing to resist with all his might. Nonetheless, when the black sword light landed, the 13 layers of defense in front of him melted like snow and did not stop at all. What flame is this? How can it be so fearsome? Blood Saber, the Venerable One's eyes were filled with despair. He could only pin his hopes on the armor on his body because it was a half-Earth-grade treasure tool, and it had saved him many times. He hoped that this time it could also block the fearsome flame sword Qi. The half-Earth-grade treasure tool was indeed fearsome, and it resisted the sword net in the sky. Blood Saber, the Venerable One, heaved a sigh of relief, but in the next moment he screamed in pain. This was because the horrifying high temperature directly passed through the half-Earth-grade treasure and burned his body. Crackle! Crackle! The black flames burned like the fire of hell, emitting a gloomy light. Soon, Blood Saber, the Venerable One, was burned into ashes, leaving only his half-Earth-grade armor. Looking at the armor that was burned full of holes, everyone's scalps went numb. What kind of flame was it? How could it be so fearsome that even a ninth heaven Venerable One could not resist it? On the other side, Ghost-clawed the Venerable One was completely dumbfounded. As compared to Blood Saber, the Venerable One, he only lost an arm. He dared not attack again, so he turned and fled. On the other hand, Lin Xian scoffed coldly. He pulled out his Lone Star sword and performed the Stars sword technique. Countless sword Qis gathered in the sky at once, forming stars that quickly fell. One of them directly enveloped Ghost-clawed the Venerable One and smashed his body into the ground, forming a bottomless abyss. In an instant, 2 ninth heaven venerables were killed. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Grandpa. In the distance, Du Tianxing's body trembled, and he stuttered, "Why don't we run?" Du Kong also took a deep breath. To be honest, he was also frightened. Although he was a ninth heaven venerable one, he could not kill two ninth heaven venerables so easily. Moreover, looking at Lin Xian, it seemed that he had not used his full strength. "Tianxing, retreat first and spread the news. Ask young Master Ling Feng to send more people," Du Kong said in a deep voice. "Okay." Du Tianxing was already scared out of his wits. When he heard this, he immediately rushed into the sky. But soon he came back crying. Chapter 1295. It's sealed? How is that possible? This villa has a total of 3 layers of formations. Did you not activate all of them? Du Kong asked with a frown. No, grandfather. I've already activated all of them, but there's an unfamiliar formation outside. It's not ours at all. Moreover, that formation is very mysterious. I can't open it at all. There's another formation? Du Kong's expression changed drastically. Could it be that kid who set it up? Thinking of this, he soared into the sky, wanting to give it a try. Sure enough, after the 3rd layer of formations, he encountered the 4th layer of formations. Du Kong's eyes shone brightly as he roared furiously. His fist was like a divine thunder hammer as it rapidly bombarded the top. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire villa shook. However, the 4th formation flickered with light, and no cracks appeared. Du Kong didn't believe it. His body moved like lightning as he quickly searched in all directions. In the end, he discovered that the entire villa was completely sealed, and there was no way out at all. Not to mention Du Tianxing. Even he couldn't break it open. Damn it! How is this possible? Actually, he didn't know that this formation was set up by the dark red divine dragon. With their strength and cultivation, they couldn't break it at all. In other words, this villa had indeed become a heaven and earth cage. However, it wasn't Lin Xian that was trapped, but Du Kong and the others. Thinking of this, a hint of madness appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Everyone, attack with all your strength. You must kill him. Du Kong quickly ordered. At the same time, he took out 3 spirit talismans from his storage ring and quickly burned them. These were 3 voice transmission spirit talismans that could summon 3 middle stage 9th heaven supremacies nearby. Those 3 were stronger than him, and he had left them nearby as a precaution. He didn't expect that they would really come in handy now. In the villa, all the cultivators knew that their way out was sealed. They could only leave if they killed the young man in front of them. Therefore, for a moment, everyone became crazy. Kill him. All the cultivators attacked crazily. Hidden weapons, sword light, saber light, and palm shadows all rushed toward Lin Xian. Among them, 3 figures were very powerful. They were actually 9th heaven supremacies. With the 5 from before and the 3 now, there was a total of 8 9th heaven venerables and 1 9th heaven venerables in the middle stage. This lineup could be said to be extremely powerful and could kill anyone. He could even kill 2 mid-9th layer martial highnesses, let alone a 7th layer martial highness realm brat. It could be said that this was a situation of certain death. However, no matter how Sir Ling Feng calculated, he still underestimated Lin Xian's strength. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to easily kill an early stage, 9th stage venerable, which led to the current situation. Use the blood explosion talisman. In the darkness, the 3 9th level venerables didn't attack. Instead, they led the other 7th and 8th level venerables to attack from afar. Immediately, many venerables took out spirit talismans from their storage rings, bit their fingers, and poured a small bowl of blood into them. Those talismans turned blood red and released a monstrous killing intent. Then, these blood explosion talismans were tied to the hidden weapons and quickly flew over. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of rays of light flickered in the air, like the eyes of demons, incomparably scarlet. In an instant, Countless hidden weapons with incomparably violent blood explosion talismans pierced towards Lin Xian. Looking at the sky full of blood explosion talismans, Lin Xian's expression was cold. In the next moment, he pulled out the Lone Star sword behind him, and a sharp sword chi instantly erupted. Countless black flames wrapped around the long sword, forming mysterious patterns that emitted a terrifying temperature. Moreover, the sword let out a low dragon roar, as if the entire longsword was about to transform into a giant dragon. Kill! Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword in his hand and slashed forward. The wind whistled, and the sword chi was like a dragon, accompanied by countless black flames. In the next moment, the surrounding blood explosion talismans and hidden weapons burned rapidly because they were swept by the aftershock of the sword chi. The terrifying temperature directly burned the blood explosion talismans. The hidden weapons and blood explosion talismans in front of him also disappeared in an instant. Not only that, those cultivators also let out ear-piercing screams. In front of him, the cultivators screamed as black flames quickly rose from their bodies and burned fiercely. Almost instantly they were burned to ashes. Lin Xian held the long sword in his hand, and his black hair fluttered. His body exuded a sharp killing intent, and countless black flames rose from under his feet as if they were worshipping him. He was like the god of death as he walked forward. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned. That sword just now had killed more than 100 people, and a large area of empty space appeared in the manor. The remaining people were all trembling, and their faces were filled with fear. No, I don't want to die. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and screamed. This fear was like a plague, spreading rapidly. In an instant, more than half of the cultivators lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. However, the entire manor was sealed, so where could they escape to? Lin Xian let out a low roar and unleashed his ice and fire dual martial souls. Instantly, those fleeing cultivators froze, and countless ice spikes drilled out of their bodies while the surface of their bodies burned rapidly. In an instant, everyone was killed. No, this can't be real. In the distance, Du Tianqing screamed, and his face was extremely pale. Meanwhile, the expressions of Du Kong and the 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies who were fighting with the dark red dragon changed drastically, especially the 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies. They quickly retreated, not daring to fight anymore. Elder Kong, what should we do? The 3 of them asked anxiously. Fight, otherwise only death awaits. Du Kong's expression was ferocious. We still have people, we still have hope. Furthermore, the 3 senior brothers are still on the way and will arrive soon. By then, the 4 Ninth Heaven Supremacies wouldn't be afraid of him. But we can't stop him at all. The 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies shook their heads with fear in their eyes. Even if we can't stop him, we have to stop him. As long as we can delay him a little more, we can win. Otherwise, we will all die. Du Kong said in a low voice. This time, we have gathered the strength of the 8 great families. I don't believe that we can't kill him. Indeed, the 8 great families under Prince Ling Feng had sent out elite cultivators this time, and there were still many of them in the manor. However, those are all our hard work. If we die here, our 8 great families will be finished. The 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies couldn't bear it. You're wrong. If we die, it will be the real end. Du Kong didn't have any emotions. As long as we don't die, the 8 great families can be reformed. All right, tell them to come out. I understand, the 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies said. However, they still need some time to come out. Du Kong nodded. Let the weaponry refinement team go first. The blood demon team and half-demon team quickly recover. Yes, the 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies agreed. Then, with a flash, they flew into the depths of the manor. Lin Xian held his sword and watched silently. He didn't stop them. This was because he was here to eliminate the source of the problem. Only when those people took out all their hidden strength would he be able to make a move. Otherwise, if he kept them alive, they would be a disaster in the future. Clang, 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 rumble. Chapter 1296. The sound of metal clanging resounded in the villa, followed by the ground trembling slightly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. A group of about 50 martial artists appeared in front of him. These people had cold expressions, and their faces had a metallic luster, as if they were not real humans, but metal men. Lin Xian was a little surprised. He did not expect to meet such martial artists. Beside him, the dark red dragon frowned. Weapon fusion body refinement. What? Lin Xian did not understand. There is an ancient lost art that can fuse weapons into one's body and cultivate it into an extremely powerful divine ability. You mean these people all have ancient cultivation methods and have cultivated it? Lin Xian was astonished. You've succeeded? How is that possible? That kind of cultivation method has been lost, and the requirements for martial artists are very high. Ordinary martial artists can't cultivate it at all. These people probably only heard of the legend of weapon fusion body refinement, but the method is wrong. The dark red dragon shook his head. These people must have forcibly fused weapons into their bodies. It is very dangerous, and the process is very cruel. Hearing the dark red dragon's explanation, Lin Xian also understood that these people in front of him must have cultivated an evil art. These people were really crazy. In order to pursue greater power, they did not hesitate to use such a self-harming method. In front, 50 metal martial artists rushed over quickly like a sharp sword. Soon, these people divided into 5 teams of 10 people and rushed over from different directions. The martial artists in the first team spread out their arms, and there were blades on their arms. Thinking about it, these people must have fused their weapons into their arms. The 10 people were very fast, and in an instant they were in front of Lin Xian. The arms that had fused with their weapons quickly blasted out, wanting to kill him. Lin Xian snorted and waved his fist, accompanied by countless lightning, quickly rampaging. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out as he collided with a martial artist who had fused with a giant hammer. Suddenly, the whole space shook, and the ear-piercing roar made many people bleed from their ears. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning, and he was as still as a mountain. The martial artist opposite him took dozens of steps back, and the whole ground was stepped into a ditch. However, his arm was not broken. Lin Xian was also very surprised. As expected of an arm that had fused with a weapon, it was indeed powerful. Compared to martial artists of the same level, it was a whole realm stronger. No wonder these people did not hesitate to harm their own bodies and use such a cruel method. When they saw this scene, Du Kong and Du Tianqing in the distance were overjoyed as well. They realized that they seemed to have found a way to deal with Lin Xian. At least these people weren't instantly killed, like before. Go, go! Kill him! Du Kong roared madly. Immediately, the 50 metal warriors received the order, and their figures flashed like lightning, attacking once again. The first squad was like a sharp knife, rushing to the forefront. Giant hammers, sabers, swords, spears, all sorts of strange weapons appeared on the arms of these people. They flashed with a cold light and fiercely attacked Lin Xian. The second team launched a sneak attack from behind. These people had fused their legs together. With a kick, saber light and sword shadows appeared. The legs of those martial artists were like heavenly sabers. They were incomparably sharp and easily cut open the void. Squad 3, Squad 4, and Squad 5, keep up! Some of these people had fused half of their bodies. Some had completely fused, forming metal people. They could be said to be extremely powerful. Even a ninth heaven venerable would probably find it difficult to escape unscathed when faced with such a terrifying attack. Lin Xian stood in place and did not move. A cold smile appeared on his face. If it were anyone else, they would probably be helpless in this situation. Because the other party's body was really too tough, they could not blast it open at all. However, he was different. He had a way to deal with these people. No matter how strong you are only metal. You will also melt in the face of fierce fire. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and a ball of black flames appeared in his palm. Indeed, Lin Xian had terrifying black flames that could restrain metal. As expected, when the black flames appeared, those metal warriors trembled. Many of them looked terrified. Faced with the black flames, they instinctively felt a kind of fear. "Don't retreat, all of you attack. Although he has flames, he might not be able to restrain us," someone shouted. Hearing this, a trace of madness appeared in these people's eyes. With a roar, they quickly charged over like wild beasts. "Stubborn." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He slapped out with his palm, and immediately a large palm of black flames appeared. This black flame came from the heavenly netherbird's origin flame. It was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, Lin Xian had refined it into a martial soul, so it was even stronger. When it appeared, the entire space became distorted. The first team was even more fiercely attacked. Their arms began to melt under the high temperature. Soon, their hands that had fused with their weapons turned into a ball of molten metal that dripped onto the ground. The metal warriors of the first team let out ear-piercing screams. There was no helping it. It was too painful. Could you imagine the feeling of having your arms melt? They were now suffering this kind of torment. These metal warriors originally had this kind of flaw. If they encountered extremely strong flames, they would not be able to resist at all. However, when they had chosen this path, they had thought that they would be lucky. There were very few such flames in the world. Furthermore, as long as it was not a king-level flame, they would not be afraid at all. However, how could they have known that Lin Xian's flames came from an ancient, peerless, demonic beast? It was even more terrifying than a king-level flame. Therefore, they had no way of resisting this kind of black flame at all. The large black palm was like a bulldozer that pushed forward. Everywhere it passed, the metal warriors of the first team melted. In an instant, the threat in front of Lin Xian was eliminated. However, at this time, the people of the second team had already charged over. Demonic Blade Kick. Ghost Fire, 18 kicks. Wind Cloud Divine Kick. The shadows of the kicks flashed like heavenly blades and divine swords. They were extremely sharp. If an 8th heaven venerable realm was hit by this attack, he would probably explode immediately. Lin Xian sneered. Without even turning his head, he slapped out with his palm. Suddenly, a black fire dragon flew out from his palm and roared as it circled around. The metal warriors of the second team were instantly enveloped by the black dragon. They let out miserable cries. Their attacks were all burned in the air and then melted. Not only that, but 2 black spears appeared in Lin Xian's palms. They burned fiercely and quickly pierced towards the left and right. The spears were extremely sharp and carried a scorching heat. It was as if the fire god had descended to the world. They instantly pierced through the 3rd and 4th teams. As for the 5th team, Lin Xian glanced at them. Then, black flames appeared all over their bodies. Soon, the 5 teams of the weaponry refinement team were all wiped out. Who? Chapter 1297. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black flames danced on the ground, burning fiercely. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the weaponry refinement team were nowhere to be seen. Not even their corpses were left behind. This scene was too terrifying. The weaponry refinement team that had been roaring furiously and filled with killing intent a second ago actually had nothing left behind. For a moment, the entire villa was empty. Seeing this scene, Du Tianqing and Du Kong both felt their scalps go numb, especially Du Kong, who was even more terrified. This was because he knew the power of the weaponry refinement team. They were definitely extremely powerful. Even a 9th heaven venerable could not kill them. Those people were formed by the 8 great clans after spending a lot of effort. Back then, a total of 5,000 people had participated in this experiment, but in the end only 50 people had succeeded. It could be said that this was their secret weapon. Now that they had used it to deal with Lin Xian, it should be very effective. However, who would have thought that they would be killed in an instant? Where are the Blood Demon team and Half-Beast team? Du Kong roared furiously, his eyes filled with fear. He had to delay Lin Xian and wait for the other 3 Ninth Heaven Venerables to arrive. Otherwise, they would be dead for sure. Elder Kong, the Blood Demon team, and Half-Beast team have not fully recovered yet. The Ninth Heaven Venerable broke out in cold sweat. We can't wait any longer. Let them go quickly. We must stop them. Yes, I understand. The Ninth Heaven Venerable gritted his teeth and nodded in the end. Then he turned around and left quickly like a ghost. Not long after, the ground in front of them suddenly flashed brightly. 2 huge hexagram arrays quickly appeared. Then 2 groups of people appeared in the light. Transportation array. Looks like some strange fellows have come out again. The dark red dragon looked forward with anticipation. The dazzling light quickly disappeared, and finally, 2 groups of cultivators appeared on the ground. This time there were fewer people. There were only about 30 people on each side. In total, there were about 60 people. However, their auras were even more violent than the weaponry refinement team from before. The 30 people on the left were extremely strange. Their bodies were glowing red. If one looked closely, they would realize that it was blood flowing. They were all like blood men. Their cold eyes were extremely red, and they were filled with killing intent. They looked like a group of killing gods. Thinking about it, this should be the Blood Demon team that Du Kong was talking about. Looking at the killing intent on these people, they should have killed at least 10,000 people. Not only that, their blood seemed to have been stimulated by a secret technique, forming a special energy. However, this method of squeezing out the body's potential meant that these martial artists would not live for long. Being able to live for 10 years was already very heaven-defying. The dark red dragon god had a look of disdain on its face. It was very opposed to this method of extracting energy. Then it turned its gaze to the people on the right. Fuck, what is this? The group of warriors on the right was even weirder. Some of them had a pair of wings on their backs, some had scales on their bodies, and some had parts of demonic beasts. This was the last group, the half-demon group. What the hell are they? They're neither human nor demon. They're neither fish nor fowl. These guys are really courting death. The dark red dragon shook its head. This should be their final secret weapon, Lin Xian said coldly as he looked at the blood demons and half-fiends. It seems that in order to obtain great power, they have already turned into demons. This is not something a martial artist would do. Since it's something that shouldn't exist in this world, let it disappear. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. At the front, the blood demons and half-fiends quickly recovered after receiving the order. The eyes of the blood demons on the left exploded with a terrifying red light. Their killing intent was incomparable, as if they had gone crazy. The blood-red killing intent was agitated and shrouded the entire sky. In an instant, the entire manor was dyed blood-red. The 30 people at the front all had materialized killing intent. Then they soared into the sky and charged at Lin Xian quickly. Killing intent? You're not qualified. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. Then his eyes shone with a dazzling light. Blood, sword massacre inheritance, activate. A violent energy instantly exploded from his body. Blood-red sword aura gushed out from Lin Xian's body and quickly covered the surroundings, forming a sea of blood. 2 rays of blood-red light appeared in his cold eyes. Not only that, his black hair danced in the wind and was also dyed blood-red. A shocking and violent killing intent exploded from Lin Xian's body. It swept through heaven and earth, causing the entire manor to tremble violently. If the killing intent of the 30 people at the front were rivers and lakes, Then Lin Xian's was a vast ocean, a vast starry sky, boundless and endless. The two were not even on the same level. What? How is this possible? How can he have such a terrifying killing intent? In the distance, Du Kong and the other Ninth Heaven supremacies were all stunned. How many people did he have to kill to form such a violent killing intent? 100,000? 1,000,000? Or 10,000,000? They did not dare to believe that a 20-year-old martial artist could kill so many people. How could they know that the reason Lin Xian could display such a violent killing intent was entirely because of the blood sword massacre inheritance? That was the inheritance of a king. It was definitely not something that they could imagine. In front, the 30 cultivators of the blood demon group also sensed Lin Xian's aura. Instantly, they trembled uneasily. The killing intent on their bodies also became chaotic and uneasy. Facing Lin Xian, they were no longer charging forward crazily. Instead, they were like trembling kittens. They did not have any resistance at all. Oh no, the consciousness of the blood demon group is about to collapse. Behind them, a Ninth Heaven supremacy's expression changed drastically. In the next instant, he took out a blood-red bell. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes, and he shook it rapidly. Dang, 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 dang. Strange syllables were heard. When the blood demons heard this, they instantly went crazy. Their trembling bodies also returned to normal. However, the aura on their bodies became even more violent. The veins in their eyes were also so thick that they could not be removed. If an outsider saw this, they would know that these people had completely gone crazy. Attack! The 30 figures were like suicide soldiers who did not care about their lives as they quickly charged forward. Even if they had to self-destruct, they had to kill this young man in front of them. Lin Xian's invitation was even more arrogant. It was as if he had been reborn. The sea of blood around him surged, and a blood-red long sword condensed in front of him. Blood-splitting sky. With a swing of the sword, an unparalleled sword light surged rapidly. It was like a blood-red rainbow that instantly enveloped the 30 people in front of him. Wherever the sword light passed, countless demonic sounds and ghostly howls could be heard. It made one scalp go numb. At this moment, the entire 30-feet area seemed to have turned into a hellish battlefield. Bang! The blood-red sword light slashed down, and the 30 blood demon cultivators in front of him quickly exploded like dazzling fireworks. One sword, and the blood demon group was annihilated. No, this can't be real. Dream, I must be dreaming. Seeing this scene, Du Kong and the rest went crazy. Du Tianqing even knelt on the ground, trembling, and kept fiddling with his hair. Chapter 1298. In fact, the other party's killing aura had directly destroyed his mind. He could not resist at all. He could only kneel here and tremble. Below, the half-demon cultivators also went crazy and roared anxiously. They did not even need to wait for orders. They had already charged forward crazily. Just now, Lin Xian's blood-red killing sword aura had already destroyed their minds. Now, they were already in a state of madness. They did not know what danger was at all. That was why they had charged forward crazily. Meanwhile, Lin Xian floated in midair. The blood sea and blood sword around him had not disappeared. Not only that, but they had become even clearer. They even emitted a pungent smell of blood. Today, I'll let you see what a real killing aura is. Lin Xian's lips curled up in a cold smile. He did not put away the blood sword massacre inheritance. Instead, he used it to the extreme. Dressed in a black robe, his blood-red hair fluttered. Lin Xian held a sword in his hand. He was like a god of death. The boundless blood sea surged in the air, emitting a sound that made one's soul tremble. Bloodthirsty demonic sword. First sword, spirit slaughter. Lin Xian's voice was cold. His killing aura had materialized. His arrogant aura was like a volcano, causing the entire mountain villa to tremble. At this moment, Lin Xian had transformed into a demon. The boundless blood sea surged in the sky, dyeing the entire mountain villa red. 8 streaks of blood-red sword aura slashed out in all directions with Lin Xian as the center. The ground split open and houses collapsed. It was a mess. The 30 half-demon cultivators were also turned into a bloody mist by the 8 streaks of sword aura. At this moment, nothing could stop Lin Xian. Seeing this, the 3 Ninth Heaven Venerables' expressions changed drastically. Dukong's face was even paler, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Dead. They were all dead. What did he spend? The elites that he had nurtured for decades had all died in this battle. He could not accept this at all. Not only that, but the more serious thing was that the entire mountain villa was now sealed. They could not escape at all. As expected, Lin Xian's second sword was aimed at these Ninth Heaven Venerables. Bloodthirsty demon sword, second sword, slaughtering wind. It was another blood-red sword chi. Wherever it passed, a blood-red gust of wind blew through the entire manor. 4 blood-red hurricanes connected heaven and earth, as if a demon king was walking in the human world. These 4 tornadoes charged towards the 3 Ninth Heaven Venerables and Dukong, respectively. That blood-red hurricane was simply too violent. It contained an invincible aura, as well as blood-red slaughter sword chi. Coupled with the fact that these people had been scared out of their wits by Lin Xian, there was no way they could fight back. Pung pung pung. Not long after, the 3 Ninth Level Venerables were enveloped by the blood-colored hurricane. Although they did their best to resist, the blood-red hurricane gave off countless resplendent sword lights. They were too terrifying and instantly cut these people apart. A gust of wind blew past, and the 3 powerful Ninth Heaven Venerables were reduced to a pile of minced meat. As for the 4th blood-red hurricane, it quickly flew towards Dukong. Even Dukong, who was a mid-stage Ninth Heaven Venerable, felt his scalp go numb at this moment. This was because this aura was really too wild. Under normal circumstances, Dukong would not be afraid. However, this hurricane was unleashed by Lin Xian in an extremely frenzied state. Furthermore, it contained the blood energy of those dead cultivators. He did not dare to resist at all. However, the surrounding paths were all sealed. "Grandfather, do something. Quickly do something. I don't want to die." At the side, Du Tianqing was so scared that he wet his pants. His handsome face was extremely pale. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance from before. He was like a lowly ant. However, Dukong was silent. As he looked at the blood-red hurricane that was getting closer and closer, he made up his mind, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. His hand was like a ghost claw, and it was as fast as lightning as it grabbed Du Tianqing. Du Tianqing immediately screamed in pain. This was because that hand had already sunk into his flesh, bringing forth a large amount of blood. "Ah, grandfather, you?" Du Tianqing was both shocked and frightened. He did not know what to do. However, in the next moment, his body suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Du Tianqing did not believe that his grandfather would kill him with his own hands. However, he did not know this now. The pile of blood quickly condensed in front of Dukong, forming a fist-sized, blood-red ball of light. Then Dukong slapped it out. Boom! The blood-red ball of light was formed by Dukong using a secret method. It was very strange. It required the body of a cultivator as the raw material, so he killed Du Tianqing. The ball of light was like a blood-red moon, flying quickly. Then it hit the hurricane, causing a tremor like today. The hurricane swept through, and blood filled the air. The entire villa was completely shrouded in it. When everything disappeared, a bottomless pit appeared in front of them, as if it was connected to the netherworld. The 3 arrays that had been set up in the villa were also shattered by the explosion, leaving only the dark red dragon array that was still standing. Dukong escaped with his life with the help of the blood-red ball of light. He hid at the side and kept panting. Looking at the scene before him, Dukong's face was extremely pale. His heart was bleeding. This was the secret villa that he had painstakingly built to cultivate elites for the 8 great families. Now, everything was destroyed. There was nothing left. In an instant, he seemed to have aged 100 years. He knew that everything was caused by this abominable kid in front of him. It was this kid who destroyed the 8 great families with his own hands. Anger rose in Dukong's heart. It was like a raging fire burning in his body. However, in the next moment, his body trembled. The anger in his body retreated quickly as if it had encountered ice. Even Dukong's body began to tremble. This was because he saw Lin Xian walking towards him. In the distance, Lin Xian held a blood-red sword in his hand. Behind him, there was an endless sea of blood. Step by step, he walked towards him. With every step Lin Xian took, Dukong's heart sank. In the end, he rolled and crawled away into the distance. "Stop! You can't kill me." Dukong began to beg for mercy. "Can't kill you." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Give me a reason not to kill you. If you kill me, young Master Ling Feng won't let you go. Idiot." Lin Xian was disdainful. He slowly raised the blood-red sword in his hand. "Don't do it. Don't kill me. I know a lot of secrets about young Master Ling Feng and the Duan family. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything." Seeing that his threats were useless, Dukong immediately changed his strategy. He wanted to use his value to exchange for a way out. "You're not even a member of the Duan family. What secrets do you know? I'm afraid you can't even enter the Duan family's core circle." Lin Xian sneered. "Stop struggling. I'll send you on your way." After saying that, Lin Xian raised the blood-red sword and was about to slash forward. At this moment, there was a sudden roar in the sky. "Kid, let go of Elder Kong quickly. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." This voice was like a clap of thunder exploding from above. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian frowned and turned to look forward. On the other hand, Dukong on the ground was ecstatic. Chapter 1299. 3 powerful auras came from the void above. They were extremely violent and made one's heart tremble. 3 mid-stage 9th heaven venerables. Lin Xian frowned slightly, and his eyes flickered. The dark red divine dragon also snorted. "Ah, I didn't expect reinforcements to arrive." "Kid, be careful. They seem to have a precious weapon in their hands that can break through the last formation. Treasure." Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he looked up. Indeed, in the next moment, a blue pagoda suddenly enlarged and smashed downwards like a giant mountain. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering sound was heard, and a huge crack appeared on the last array. Then, the 3 9th heaven venerables controlled the blue pagoda again and widened the crack. In the end, the entire array was split into 2. Swoosh! Swoosh! 3 figures with powerful auras descended quickly. Lin Xian held his sword and sneered as he looked at the 3 of them. In front of him was a middle-aged man in a black robe and an old woman in a red robe with a walking stick. The last one was bald and had poisonous snakes crawling all over his body. The 3 of them had powerful auras, and they were like 3 mountains standing there. Behind them, hundreds of cultivators rushed over. "Sky Snake Venerable, Red Flower Granny, Taoist Monk Mu, save me!" Dukong shouted crazily. "Elder Du, don't worry. We will definitely ensure your safety." The bald Sky Snake Venerable said in a deep voice. "Yes, not only that, we will also kill this kid." The middle-aged man in black, Taoist Monk Mu, was also filled with killing intent. Facing the 3 arrogant people, Lin Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he stared at the blue pagoda in Red Flower Granny's hand. A fragment of an Earth-stage treasure. No wonder it has such power to break their ray. Lin Xian muttered and nodded slightly. "Humph, I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. Since you know the power of the treasure, I advise you to surrender obediently. Perhaps this way you can leave a complete corpse. Otherwise, don't blame us for tearing you into pieces." Red Flower Granny snorted with a sinister smile. However, Lin Xian was unmoved. His eyes were like lightning as he slowly scanned the crowd. "Looks like you guys should be the last reinforcements. Since that's the case, let's end it. Arrogant and ignorant. You're courting death. Brett, you're dead. You won't be able to escape today." Angry shouts rang out one after another. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. His entire body was surrounded by lightning and black flames. His entire being was like a god of war, unstoppable. He fused the blood-colored light sword in his hand with the Lone Star sword, and then drew a strange trajectory in the air. Blood-red sword chi, purplish-white lightning, black flames, frost sword soul. Streaks of terrifying power were unleashed as the Lone Star sword danced through the air. Subsequently, 5 gigantic heavenly swords formed in the sky. Gale, lightning sword, 5 sword gods, and demons annihilation. Lin Xian performed the Gale, lightning sword technique in the face of 4 mid-stage 9th-tier martial supremacies and close to 100 assassins. Furthermore, it was the final form of the Gale, lightning sword technique. 5 gigantic, heavenly swords appeared in the air. One of them was blood-red in color, with a monstrous killing aura. It slashed towards the 100 martial artists in the distance. Boom! As the sword landed, the ground caved in and the void shattered. The violent killing aura immediately shrouded the 100 martial artists. Screams rang out one after another. Countless people struggled in a frenzy, trying to break out of the encirclement. However, they were all turned into blood mist by the gigantic sword and no longer existed. In an instant, the 100 martial artists were all annihilated. What? Sky Snake Supremacy and Safflower Grandma had just arrived and had not seen Lin Xian's previous combat strength. Hence, when they saw this scene, their eyelids twitched violently. How could it be? There were hundreds of elites and countless experts. Even they could not kill them in one move. However, the young man in front of them did it. This gave them a bad premonition. "The 3 of you, this brat is extremely powerful. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and attack together." Du Kong roared in a frenzy to remind everyone. Sky Snake Supremacy and the other 2 gasped when they heard that. Then, an incomparable killing intent erupted from their bodies. Kill! Furious roars rang out one after another. Sky Snake Supremacy and the other 2 quickly attacked. Tens of thousands of snakes ran around Sky Snake Supremacy's body and formed a huge flying python that charged forward quickly. Safflower Grandma activated the blue pagoda in her hand and shot out a dazzling light shadow. The power was extremely terrifying and caused the entire void to crack. Taoist priest Mu moved like a ghost. The black long sword in his hand was as fast as lightning as it pierced toward Lin Xian's back. Du Kong, who was on the ground, also roared in rage. He unleashed a violent power and waved his fists to attack Lin Xian. In an instant, the 4 top experts attacked together. They were determined to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was laughing wildly. His blood-red hair fluttered in the air. He had an extremely arrogant smile on his face. The aura on his body was as sharp as a peerless divine sword. "Let's fight. Today, the 4 of you will die here." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud dragon roar rang out from his body. The 4 gigantic swords in the sky slashed down even faster. A gigantic black sword, which carried countless black flames, like the fire of hell, slashed toward Du Kong. A gigantic blue sword, which was releasing endless chilliness, froze the void wherever it passed. It quickly pierced toward Taoist priest Mu. A purple-white lightning sword, which had an extremely violent aura, pierced through the void and swept toward Sky Snake Supremacy. The last gigantic sword, which was extremely simple, had a faint dragon shadow on it. It was as if a gigantic dragon had pierced through the void and slashed toward Safflower Glen. In an instant, thunder roared and the wind howled. It was like a scene of destruction. Puff, puff, clang, clang. Ah! The fist shadow of Dukong evaporated in an instant. Not only that, his entire body was cut in half by the black flame sword. His corpse was burned clean, leaving no trace behind. In the void, the gigantic flying snake shadow was pierced through by countless lightning bolts. It screamed and collapsed. Sky Snake Supremacy was scorched black. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. The blue ice sword released endless power of ice, which instantly froze Taoist priest Mu into an ice sculpture. Then it shattered into countless pieces. The last gigantic sword, which was in the shape of a dragon, emitted a killing intent that could pierce through heaven and earth. It went straight for Safflower Grandma. In an instant, Safflower Grandma was scared out of her wits. She bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood on the blue pagoda, frantically activating it. The blue pagoda enlarged like a huge blue mountain, enveloping her. Clang! An earth-shaking sound rang out. The entire void cracked. Safflower Grandma and the blue pagoda were both sent flying. The 4 gigantic swords fell. Dukong and Mu Luoren died on the spot. Sky Snake Supremacy and Safflower Grandma were also seriously injured. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire Tianwu continent. For Venerables in the middle stage of the 9th level fought Lin Xian, but the result was 2 dead and 2 injured. This was too unbelievable. No, this is impossible. How can you have such powerful combat strength? Chapter 1300. No, this is impossible. How can you have such powerful battle prowess? The surviving Sky Snake Supremacy and Red Flower Grandma went crazy in disbelief. Before they came, they were full of confidence and thought that their plan was flawless. They would definitely be able to eliminate Lin Xian. However, they did not expect the current situation. You're not human. You're a demon, a demon. They were indeed crazy. Even a late-stage 9th Heaven Supremacy would not be able to have such terrifying power. Stupid. Ignorant. Lin Xian spat. Then he flicked out 2 void-shattering fingers, instantly piercing through Sky Snake Supremacy and Red Flower Grandma's heads. Plop! Plop! Their eyes widened. Before they fell, they were already dead. Even in death, they could not believe that they had been killed so easily. 4 top experts, 9 Ninth Heaven Supremacies, and hundreds of elite cultivators had been completely annihilated. How terrifying was this young man before them. He could actually fight against the 8 great clans and even kill countless experts. How old was he? He was only 20 years old, yet he already had such battle prowess. Perhaps even the kings of the continent could not have such achievements back then. It's over. Lin Xian put away the Lone Star sword and turned to walk outside. When he and the dark red dragon walked out of the villa behind them suddenly burned. Countless black flames swallowed the entire villa like demons. When Lin Xian disappeared in the sky, the entire Nanshan city was shaken. Actually, the experts in the city had already felt the violent energy earlier. However, that energy was too powerful, and they did not dare to go near for fear of being affected. When the force weakened, many experts nearby went to check it out. Then they were all dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground. There was a huge, deep pit in front of them. It covered a radius of 100 miles and was unfathomably deep. The originally majestic villa was gone. Not only the entire Nanshan city, but experts from the nearby cities also flew over. This was because the impact of the previous battle had spread very far. Ordinary cultivators were only shocked by the terrifying pit. However, those experts' eyes widened and their scalps went numb. They knew that this was where the great clans gathered. Countless elites were gathered. However, at this moment, it was actually destroyed. This was definitely a huge matter, and the Duan clan would probably be incomparably furious. One had to know that the Duan clan's current situation was extremely bad. They were often assassinated, but now their secret location had actually been destroyed. Who did this? Killing so many people should be enough to exchange for a longevity pill, right? Many people were extremely excited when they heard the news. When this news reached the Duan clan, everyone in the Duan clan was shocked. They couldn't believe that so many elite martial artists and absolute experts couldn't kill a 7th level venerable. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could that brat survive? What was going on? Tell me. Young Masterling Feng roared in anger. The martial artists under him were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, trembling. Young Master, we really don't know. The entire manor is suspected to have been leveled, and not a single trace was left behind. I'm guessing that Brat must have brought a large number of 9th Heaven Venerables with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy the entire manor. Yes, that must be it. We were careless this time. I didn't expect him to be so cautious. Trash, a bunch of trash. Young Masterling Feng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had never suffered such a loss before. Send people to investigate. We must find out the brat's whereabouts. If you find out that he's alone, inform me immediately. He was really mad. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't find Lin Xian now, he would definitely bring the Duan clan's men and kill them immediately. Not only the Duan clan, but all the top forces and king clans of the Tianwu continent were shocked when they heard the news. Now the conflict between the Duan clan and Lin Xian was very intense. This was something that everyone knew. Originally, they didn't think highly of Lin Xian because the Duan clan was too powerful. But who would have thought that Lin Xian would use 5 longevity pills and cause the Duan clan to fall into an extremely passive situation? Bhutan was already like this, and now there was even news that Lin Xian had destroyed a secret base of the Duan family. This was simply too shocking. On the other side, after Lin Xian left Nanshan City, he didn't return to the Immortal Martial Academy immediately. Instead, he flew to a large forest nearby because he wanted to get rid of the killing intent on his body. Previously, during the battle with the 8 great clans, Lin Xian used the blood-colored slaughter sword intent. He was like a god of death, abnormally fierce. The effect of that battle strength was very shocking. However, this killing intent was very fierce, and it would take some time to completely disperse. If he couldn't disperse this killing intent, it would probably affect Lin Xian's mind, and no one would be able to get close to him. In the vast forest, Lin Xian walked slowly. Everywhere he passed, countless trees and rocks were all broken. This wasn't done by Lin Xian at all. It was the effect of the killing intent on his body. Now, martial artists below the 9th heavenly layer wouldn't even dare to get close to him. And Lin Xian used the great dragon sword spirit to maintain absolute clarity and avoid being affected by the killing intent. Gradually, the blood-colored light in his eyes disappeared. His blood-red hair also gradually returned to normal. The killing intent on his body was weakening bit by bit. 3 days later, Lin Xian returned to normal. It had to be said that the blood-colored killing intent was too terrifying. It was only because he had the great dragon sword spirit that he could maintain his clarity of mind at all times. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago. It was hard to imagine how the Blood Sword Monarch had maintained so much blood-colored killing intent back then. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sighed. It's nothing. Kings have their own domains. Thinking about it, the Blood Sword Monarch should have stored all the killing intent in his domain. That's why he could maintain absolute clarity of mind. The dark red dragon explained, "A king's domain can be said to have endless magical uses and is very mysterious. When you step into this realm in the future, you'll understand." King's domain? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, his current cultivation was only at the 7th heavenly layer. He was still far from the king realm. Under normal circumstances, for a seventh heavenly layer venerable to cultivate to the king realm, even if he was a genius, it would probably take hundreds of years. Of course, this was the case if there was no fortuitous encounter. If there was a fortuitous encounter, it would allow one's cultivation to increase in a short period of time. However, this kind of fortuitous encounter couldn't be sought. Some people might not even encounter it in their entire lives. Lin Xian wouldn't place his hopes on such a faintly discernible fortuitous encounter. Although his cultivation was only at the seventh heavenly layer, his great dragon sword spirit had already reached the eighth heavenly layer. Moreover, it was at the peak. It wouldn't be long before it broke through to the ninth heavenly layer. Ruffian dragon, if my sword spirit breaks through to the king realm in advance, will I be able to condense a king's domain? Lin Xian asked. This. Chapter 1301. Ruffian dragon, if my sword soul breaks through to the king realm, will I be able to form a king's domain? Lin Xian asked. This. The dragon rubbed its chin and fell into deep thought. To be honest, Lin Xian's situation was quite special. His sword soul was actually able to surpass his cultivation. Theoretically, it should be possible. However, I don't know if you'll be able to control it. The dragon said. Can I? Lin Xian's heart trembled. If that was the case, then he would be a huge step away from the king realm. He only needed to find enough energy to awaken the great dragon, sword soul. Once the king's domain was formed, Lin Xian believed that as long as he could control the great dragon sword soul, he would be able to control the king's domain. At that time, he would be able to control the king's domain. Just thinking about it made him excited. Let's go back to the Immortal Martial Academy. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he turned into a ray of sword light that soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Immortal Martial Academy, Starpoint Peak. This was Lin Xian's new residence. At this moment, the 9th Elder, 10th Elder, Yu Fei, and the others were waiting anxiously. What do you want me to say? How can you let the young lord go to such a dangerous place alone? The 9th Elder looked at Yu Fei and the others and shook his head. That's enough. These people can't control what the young lord wants to do. Don't scold them. The news has already spread. The young lord is fine, and the Duan clan's manor was completely destroyed. The 10th Elder persuaded. As for Yu Fei and the others, they were covered in cold sweat and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, a ray of sword light flashed in the sky and landed on the Starpoint Peak. Brother Xian, Yu Fei and the others were overjoyed. The 9th Elder and the 10th Elder also heaved a sigh of relief. Young Lord, you're finally back. Young Lord, if you didn't come back, the 9th Elder would have eaten all of them. The 10th Elder laughed. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Lin Xian briefly explained the situation, but it still made everyone's heart palpitate. Oh, right, 9th Elder. Why did you go back a while ago? Could it be that something big has happened in the War God Palace? Lin Xian asked. The 9th Elder and the 10th Elder were core elders of the War God Palace. Previously, when the two of them returned together, it meant that something big had happened. That was why Lin Xian was so concerned. Young Master, don't worry. Nothing big happened. The two of us went back to bring something for young Master. The 9th Elder smiled. Take something? What is it? Lin Xian was even more curious. Naturally, these are the cultivation resources that the palace master left for you, Elder Jiu said as he took out a storage ring. The resources my father left for me? Lin Xian was very curious. He quickly took the ring and probed it with his soul force. He was stunned. This is too rich. Bottles of pills, piles of spirit fruits, cultivation techniques, weapons, and defensive equipment. This was simply a mini treasure trove. Lin Xian had only seen such rich resources in the remote sky mystery realm. He had never seen anything else other than that. Ninth Elder, these are all for me? Lin Xian confirmed once again. To be honest, he had said that he had to rely on himself to obtain cultivation resources. He did not believe that he would suddenly obtain so many cultivation resources out of thin air, even though these resources were given to him by his father. Young master, don't worry. These are given to you by the palace master. Furthermore, this is only the first portion of the resources. When your strength increases, there will be more resources. There are more resources. So rich! Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. However, the 9th elder and the 10th elder sighed. Young master, you have suffered all these years. The two of them felt very guilty because these resources were nothing to the core disciples of the king family. However, as the son of the war god palace master, Lin Xian had never enjoyed such good resources. It had to be said that it was really hard to be confident. Don't worry, young master. The War God Palace will be your home in the future. The War God Palace will provide you with all the resources you need. Lin Xian asked and found out how extravagant the core disciples of the king family were. It was no wonder that those people's cultivations were so high, and their strength far exceeded that of others. The resources that they usually used were not something that ordinary warriors could imagine. Only Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, and many fortuitous encounters could compare to those people. Now that he had become the young master of the War God Palace, he would definitely not fall behind those core disciples of the king family in terms of resources. He probed and found that these resources were divided into 4 parts. The first part was pills that could be consumed by supremacies. Moreover, the effects were very good. The second part was a half-Earth rank artifact that contained an Earth rank artifact fragment. It was very powerful. The third part was a set of battle armor called the Starry Sky Battle Armor. The fourth part was various cultivation techniques and secret manuals that were suitable for supremacies. When your strength increases to half-step King Realm and King Realm, there will be more resources. The 9th elder explained. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. The first portion of the elixir resources was completely acceptable to him. As for the second portion, the treasured sword named Chongshan contained an Earth rank fragment treasure, which was indeed very powerful. However, Lin Xian probed and found that it was about the same as the Lone Star sword in his hand. However, the Lone Star sword was a nimble and speed-type sword, while the overlapped mountain sword was a powerful sword. It could be said that they both had their strengths. As for the third part of the Starry Sky Battle Armor, Lin Xian was a little confused. It was different from what he had imagined. It was not a ready-made battle armor, but a very small, star-like stone. Elder, how do I use this? Lin Xian scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Young master, you just need to pour your blood into it. The 9th elder explained. This Starry Sky Battle Armor is very special. It comes from the mysterious Starry Sky secret realm. Unlike the battle armor on our continent, it needs to absorb a cultivator's blood before it can be unfolded. Moreover, this battle armor is very powerful. It can block 70% of any attack below the King Realm. 70%? Isn't that the same as the Red Lotus battle armor? Lin Xian was tempted. He quickly cut open his palm and placed the blue stone on the wound. Instantly, the stone started to absorb blood like a bottomless pit. Lin Xian was extremely shocked by the speed at which it absorbed blood. Fortunately, the 9th elder had warned him, so he didn't resist. After absorbing about a third of his blood, the stone stopped absorbing blood and quickly merged into Lin Xian's palm. In the next moment, Lin Xian could clearly sense that the blue stone in his palm was like his body. Starry Sky Battle Armor. Lin Xian bellowed, and a set of blue armor quickly appeared on the surface of his body, covering him in an instant. It covered him from head to toe, and only his eyes were exposed. The blue battle armor flickered, like stars under the sunlight. After giving it a try, Lin Xian noticed that the Starry Sky Battle Armor was really able to block 70% of the damage. This made him extremely delighted. After all, the Red Lotus battle armor that he had just refined was also able to block 70% of the damage. Its effect was extraordinarily good. Chapter 1302. First of all, the universal armor was a complete set, while the Red Lotus armor was only a single piece of armor. According to the blueprint of the Red Lotus armor, the entire Red Lotus armor should be able to withstand 90% of the damage. In other words, the Red Lotus armor's grade was even higher than the universal armor. However, the materials used to refine the Red Lotus armor were very precious, so Lin Xian was only halfway done. But now, with the new star armor, it could make up for his lack of defense. With a thought, the star armor quickly disappeared and returned to his body. There was no trace of it on the outside. With another thought, the star armor appeared instantly. What a magical armor! Lin Xian smiled. The ninth elder said, "This armor is indeed magical. Not only is its defense strong, but it can also transform into any form. It's very precious. Oh yeah, where is the Star Mystery Realm? Why haven't I heard of it?" Lin Xian asked. The ninth elder said slowly, "The Star Mystery Realm isn't on the Tianwu continent. It's hidden in the boundless starry sky. The Mystery Realm is very dangerous. It's said that only martial artists above the King Realm can enter. But if you can come out safely, you can at least bring out a piece of star armor." Lin Xian asked, "That means the other King clans also have this kind of star armor?" "The King clans all have this kind of star armor, but there won't be too many. Usually, there won't be more than 10 pieces. Does the Duan clan have it?" "Yes, before the Duan clan rebelled, they once obtained 3 pieces. One is with young Master Ling Feng, one is with Wu Zun, and the last one is with the Duan clan's patriarch," the ninth elder explained. "I see. I didn't expect young Master Ling Feng to have such an armor. Looks like I'll have to put in more effort to kill him." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Young Master, are you planning to attack young Master Ling Feng?" The ninth elder was surprised. Lin Xian nodded. "I do want to attack him. He schemed against me this time, so I have to pay him back. However, we must discuss the plan carefully. We must kill him in one go. Young Master, if there's anything you need, just let us know," the ninth and 10th elders said at the same time. "Don't worry. If I need your help, I won't be courteous," Lin Xian said with a smile. At this moment, the Crimson Divine Dragon also came out. When he saw the galaxy armor on Lin Xian's body, he immediately exclaimed, "Kid, where did you get your armor from?" "Dad gave it to me. What do you think? Don't you look handsome in it?" Lin Xian laughed. "Your father gave it to you? Then where did he get it? Brat, do you know that this is battle armor made by the Heaven's Legacy Race?" "Heaven's Legacy Race? What is that?" Lin Xian was puzzled. Even the 9th and 10th elders were puzzled. They had never heard of the Heaven's Legacy Race. Thus, Lin Xian told him everything he had heard about the Star Mystery Realm. "The Star Secret Realm is in the sky?" "That's right. That should be a secret realm left behind by the Heaven's Legacy Race. Brat, you're quite lucky to be able to obtain the star armor made by the Heaven's Legacy Race," the Crimson Divine Dragon exclaimed. "Heaven's Legacy Race? What's that? Is it very powerful?" "Of course it is. The Heaven's Legacy Race is a very mysterious race that specializes in all kinds of manufacturing. Moreover, they were very famous in the ancient times and even the ancient times. However, they are too mysterious. Very few people have seen them. Only some of their products have been passed down in the world. The galaxy armor you're wearing is one of them. However, it's a relatively low-level one." "What? This is low-level?" Lin Xian's eyes widened. "Of course it's low-level. It can only block 70% of the damage. You have the Red Lotus armor, right? That blueprint should also be from the Heaven's Legacy Race." "What? The Red Lotus armor too?" This time, Lin Xian was really shocked. That was a battle armor that could block 90% of the damage. He didn't expect it to be made by the Heaven's legacy race. This is nothing. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the Heaven's legacy race. When you become stronger, you'll know how terrifying the Heaven's legacy race is. Let me put it this way. A king is very powerful, right? Lin Xian and the others nodded. The ninth elder said, "Of course. They are the pinnacle of existence on this continent." However, the Heaven's legacy race once created a puppet that can easily tear a king apart. The dark red divine dragon revealed an explosive piece of news. What? This time, everyone was dumbfounded. A puppet was able to tear apart a king? No matter how they heard it, it sounded like a myth. The dark red divine dragon snorted. "You don't have to make such a fuss. The Heaven's legacy race is far more powerful than you can imagine. Moreover, the mysteries of this world far surpass your understanding. Cultivate well. One day, when you leave this continent and break through the endless sea, you will know what it means to be vast. Now that you mention it, even I am tempted." Lin Xian clenched his fists. Even the ninth elder and the others were shocked. This was because they had only seen some legends in ancient books. They knew far less than the dark red divine dragon. Everyone discussed for a while before calming down. Then, Lin Xian looked at the fourth treasure. It was the cultivation technique manuals. Lin Xian looked at them and found that they were roughly divided into two categories. One was for cultivation, and the other was about the history and knowledge of the continent and martial arts. The cultivation technique was divided into physical and spiritual. The ninth elder said, "According to the palace master, when a martial artist cultivates, his body and soul cannot be separated. He has to cultivate both." He even proposed the wooden bucket principle, which states that a cultivator's strength is determined by his weakest aspect. Therefore, both the body and the soul must be cultivated. Even if you can't specialize in them, the difference can't be too great. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, the closer he got to the end, the more he felt the importance of these two aspects. There were a total of 2 cultivation manuals. One was the Sky Spill visualization art for cultivating the soul, and the other was the Furious Dragon art for cultivating blood chi. These 2 cultivation techniques had reached the level of Earth rank martial arts. Moreover, they were extremely rare cultivation techniques. Lin Xian had seen many Earth rank martial arts, but most of them were fist techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, and other martial arts with extremely strong attack power. Very few of them cultivated the martial artist's own cultivation techniques, and now he finally had such a cultivation technique. If a martial artist wanted to unleash extremely strong combat power, he had to be strong first. Only then could he withstand that kind of powerful explosion. In the following days, Lin Xian began to cultivate on Point Star Peak. He did not directly cultivate the Sky Spill visualization art and the Furious Dragon art. Instead, he first looked through the basic martial arts knowledge. Chapter 1303. Originally, Lin Xian was just curious and wanted to see what kind of knowledge there was. But after reading it, he was extremely shocked and felt that his worldview had been overturned. It turned out that some of his previous understandings were not comprehensive and even wrong. Some of the sayings in these books opened his eyes. In the past, because of the existence of the great dragon sword spirit, Wine Lord, and the others, Lin Xian knew that this world was more magical than he imagined and that he had a long way to go. But now, after understanding this knowledge, he finally knew why those people were so strong. The strength of a martial artist was one thing, but how much of it they could unleash was different. For example, for people of the same realm, some could unleash 10,000 pounds of strength, but some could only unleash 5,000 pounds of strength. There were even some who could unleash 12,000 pounds of strength. There was a huge gap between them. There were many factors that influenced it, such as one's own conditions, martial techniques, and experience. Take cultivation techniques, for example. Yellow grade and black grade cultivation techniques were too crude and could only unleash a portion of a martial artist's strength. Only when it reached spirit grade cultivation techniques could it unleash a martial artist's full strength. But that was all he could do. Earth grade cultivation techniques that were above spirit grade could unleash strength that exceeded the martial artist's own strength. For example, early stage earth grade cultivation techniques could unleash strength that exceeded a martial artist by 3 to 5 times. If it was a martial artist with 10,000 pounds of strength after unleashing an earth grade cultivation technique, it was very likely that he could unleash 50,000 pounds of strength. This was a difference of 5 times, far surpassing people of the same realm. Just like when Lin Xian unleashed the Gale Lightning Sword technique previously, he directly killed 4 Ninth Heaven Venerables who were far stronger than him. It was estimated that the strength he unleashed at that time was more than 5 times. Not only that, martial techniques and treasured weapons could also be stacked. If a martial artist had an earth-grade martial technique and a high-grade treasured weapon, it was not a problem to unleash more than 10 times the strength. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that one had to be strong. Otherwise, it would be like a baby holding a treasure sword and a peerless expert holding a stone. The result was obvious. As for soul power, it was roughly divided into 2 types. One was object control, mainly used to engrave inscriptions and control objects. The other was illusion, which used soul power to directly attack. Both of them had their own characteristics. For now, Lin Xian was walking on the first path of inscription. For example, Zhao Xue's Void Sky Eyes clearly walked the path of the second type of illusion, directly using soul attacks. Lin Xian currently did not have any thoughts of using illusions to attack, but his great dragon sword soul had both physical attacks and the ability to cut through illusions. Therefore, he was not afraid of being attacked by illusions. After understanding everything, Lin Xian began to cultivate the Tian Yen visualization art. This was a way to train one's soul power. There were a total of 9 diagrams, and each diagram was a unique pattern. The further one went, the more complicated it became. What Lin Xian needed to do was to use his soul force to quickly draw out the diagrams. If he could complete it within the time limit, it would be considered a success. Then he would be able to cultivate the next diagram. Don't underestimate these diagrams. The first one had over 10,000 diagrams, densely packed together. Ordinary martial artists would feel dizzy just by looking at them. With Lin Xian's current soul power, he could easily complete the first 3 diagrams. However, he failed to complete the 4th diagram. This aroused his fighting spirit even more, so he had been cultivating the 4th diagram these days. In addition, he also cultivated a cultivation method that strengthened his blood qi, the Furious Dragon Art. This was a cultivation method that increased a martial artist's blood qi and strengthened their physique. The body was a martial artist's capital. Only with a strong body could one withstand the doubled attack power. Otherwise, even if one had a powerful martial skill, they would not be able to use it. The Furious Dragon Art was the best cultivation method to build a martial artist's body. The Furious Dragon Art had a total of 5 levels. Each level could withstand a 5-fold increase in attack power, and it could be stacked. In other words, when he reached the 5th level, Lin Xian could withstand a 25x increase in attack power. 25x. This was an unimaginable number. If he mastered it, he would be invincible in the supremacy realm. For these 2 cultivation methods, Lin Xian even prepared different pills to assist in cultivation. It could be said that he had thought it through very well. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month later, Lin Xian broke through. First, his great dragon sword soul broke through to the 9th level of the supremacy realm. His cultivation had also reached the 8th level of the supremacy realm. Secondly, he had already mastered the 4th diagram of the Heavens Rise visualization diagram, and his soul power had also greatly improved. he had also cultivated the furious dragon art to the second level. It could be said that Lin Xian's strength had undergone a tremendous change. Now, he did not need to use an earth-rank martial art to easily kill an early-stage 9th level supremacy. Even a mid-stage 9th level supremacy was not his match. He could even contend with a late-stage 9th level supremacy now. In addition, he had the Starry Sky armor and the Red Lotus armor. The combination of the two could definitely offset 80% of any attack. At that time, even a late-stage 9th level supremacy would not be his match. This time, he had taken another big step towards the King Realm. "Young Master, you've broken through!" The 9th Elder and the others were very excited. They could feel a sense of fear from Lin Xian's body. After learning of the situation, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder both gasped. How long had it been? The young master's strength had already surpassed them. This was something they did not dare to imagine. This was not completely the effect of resources. Even if the core disciples of the King clans were given such resources, they would not be able to improve to such an extent in a short month. Talent, this was definitely talent. Lin Xian's heaven-defying cultivation talent was something that the 9th Elder and the others had rarely seen in their lives. Perhaps even the kings of the Tianwu continent could not reach such a level when they were young. This kind of talent is too powerful, the 9th Elder praised. The 10th Elder also nodded in satisfaction. Yes, whether it is temperament, talent, or perseverance, they are all top-notch. I'm afraid there are very few people in the continent who can be compared to the young master. What young master, Lingfeng? What Tianwu for young masters? They are just older. If they were the same age as the young master, I'm afraid they would not be the young master's match. The 9th Elder coldly snorted. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled faintly. He did not care about the title of Tianwu for young masters at all. This was because his eyes had already moved away from the same generation. His target were the older generation figures, the kings who stood at the peak. Only those people could arouse his battle intent. However, there was one thing that he had to do. How is the Duan clan recently? At this time, it was time for Yu Fei to stand out. Reporting to Brother Xian, the Duan clan is already in a terrible state. Many of their core elders have been killed. Moreover, half a month ago, a half-step king gathered the heads of 3 core elders and exchanged them for a longevity pill. Oh, someone exchanged for it? Was it that half-step king from the auction? Yes, it was him. Chapter 1304. Half a month ago, a half-step king collected the heads of 3 core elders and exchanged them for a longevity pill. Yu Fei reported. Oh, someone exchanged for it? Was it that half-step king from the auction? Lin Xian asked. Yes, it was him. Is there any other news? Lin Xian asked again. Yes, although the Duan clan suffered heavy losses, it wasn't enough to topple them. Moreover, Prince Lingfeng and the martial saint were also attacked twice, but they both failed. There was even a half-step king who died in the hands of the martial saint. Hearing this news, Lin Xian was also greatly astonished. Half-step king was an existence that surpassed the martial saint realm. It was extremely terrifying. Sword Saint was also a half-step king when he was at his peak. However, such a ferocious person actually failed in his assassination. Not only that, he was even killed by the martial saint. Just how powerful is this martial saint? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of air, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Obviously, the martial saint's strength was out of his expectations. However, thinking about it, since the other party dared to use the title of martial saint, it meant that he was extremely powerful. Young master, the martial saint is indeed difficult to deal with. Although he is only in the martial saint realm, his battle strength has already surpassed some half-step kings. It can be said that he is extremely powerful. As expected of the Duan clan, a martial saint had surpassed the half-step king realm, and there was an even more terrifying Duan clan leader above him. It could be assumed that the martial saint wasn't far from the true martial saint realm. No wonder the other party was so ambitious and wanted to seize the Palace of War, while Lin Zhan was in seclusion. If it weren't for Lin Xian, the other party might have already succeeded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't touch the martial saint right now. However, I won't let that Ling Feng guy go. It's time to settle some things. A trace of coldness appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Young master, you want to make a move on Prince Ling Feng? Hearing this, the eyelids of the ninth elder and the others twitched. They couldn't help but be shocked. Although Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly, Prince Ling Feng wasn't an ordinary person. He was one of the 4 peak experts of the younger generation. Furthermore, Sir Ling Feng had the advantage of his age. Therefore, he was much stronger than Lin Xian. Not only that, but he also had countless experts around him. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Not long ago, there was a half-step king warrior who tried to assassinate young Master Ling Feng, but failed. One could imagine how difficult it would be to assassinate young noble Ling Feng. But now, Lin Xian actually said that he wanted to touch young Master Ling Feng. Young Master, please reconsider. Although that young Master Ling Feng deserves to die, now is not the time to make a move on him. Ninth Elder shook his head. The 10th Elder also advised, That's right, young Master. Why don't you wait until you've reached the 9th heavenly layer before making a move? However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The Duan clan is powerful. Although they are being suppressed now, it won't be long before they recover from their shock. At that time, it will be too late to make a move. Taking advantage of their current situation, we should make a move decisively. At least, we should get rid of that young Master Ling Feng first. Speaking up to here, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Moreover, I don't plan to fight him head-on. I have my own methods. Young Master, if you have any methods, just tell us. If it's feasible, we will agree. But if the success rate isn't high, us old men won't let you take the risk. 9th Elder and 10th Elder spoke in unison. Indeed, Lin Xian had a noble status. He was their young master and their hope. They wouldn't allow any danger to befall Lin Xian. Lin Xian seemed very confident. He slowly said, We can set up a trap and make him come out of the Duan clan. Just like how he set me up, we can do the same to him. Hearing this, 9th Elder and 10th Elder were puzzled. Although that's the case, how can we lure him out? The Duan clan is in a bad situation now. With his vigilance, he probably won't come out. Lin Xian smiled. I just destroyed one of his secret bases. He must want to kill me now. If I report my whereabouts to him, he will definitely bring people here. No, it's too dangerous. Elders, I'm not done yet. Why don't you listen to me and make a decision? Lin Xian continued. Last time he sent Skynet to kill me, and I controlled a person named Falcon. This assassin's cultivation is at the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Although he's not the top, he should be considered an upper echelon of Skynet. I want to use him to lure out the leader of Skynet. As long as he comes out, I'm confident that I can control him. How about this? I'll use the leader of Skynet as a spy to send a message to young Master Ling Feng. I'm sure he won't suspect anything. As long as we set up an inescapable net and a killing formation, we'll definitely be able to kill him. Hearing Lin Xian's words, 9th Elder and the others were shocked. What? Young Master, you've also controlled Skynet? They were too shocked. Skynet was an extremely powerful assassin organization in the Blood Realm. Their actions were extremely strange. Moreover, even if they failed, they would self-destruct and no one would be caught. But now, Lin Xian had actually controlled one of their people. This was too shocking. If that's really the case, then this matter might not be impossible. 9th Elder nodded in agreement. This was indeed a good opportunity to kill young Master Ling Feng. Although young Master Ling Feng was only of the younger generation, he was a symbol of the Duan clan. Moreover, he was the most famous person in the Tianmu continent. If he was killed, the Duan clan would definitely suffer an unimaginable loss. This was also what Ninth Elder and the others wanted to see, so they were tempted. However, 10th Elder frowned and said, "Although that's the case, we're not strong enough to kill everyone in the Duan clan. At most, we'll be able to tie. Don't worry about that. With Ruffy and Long here, we can definitely set up a peerless killing formation." Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll definitely kill them. As long as it's not a king, there won't be any problems." Crimson Divine Dragon was very confident. If he was given time to set up a killing formation, he was even confident that he could kill a half-step king. Ninth Elder and the others also knew a little about Crimson Divine Dragon's origin. Now that he had spoken so confidently, they immediately let go of their worries. "Young Master, what do you need us to do?" Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Crimson Divine Dragon said, "I want to set up a killing formation, and I need some special materials. I'll make a list, and you guys should quickly find them." Indeed, this wasn't an ordinary formation. It was a killing formation that could kill half-step kings, and it needed special materials to set it up. Crimson Divine Dragon waved his claws and quickly made a list. Chapter 1305. Skynet was an extremely mysterious assassin organization in the Blood Realm. Now that it was controlled by young Master Ling Feng, it had become a sharp sword in his hands. These years, Skynet had assassinated many peerless experts for young Master Ling Feng. Among them, there were many 9th level venerables and even peak 9th level venerables. There were even rumors that Skynet had once assassinated a half-step king at its peak and had even succeeded. This statement added a bit of ferocity to the Skynet organization. It could be said that Skynet was an extremely powerful organization. Even ordinary 6th grade sects didn't dare to provoke them. Falcon was an assassin of heavenly kings and a 4-star assassin at that. Skynet's assassins were ranked from 1 to 5 stars according to their strength. A 4-star assassin could already assassinate any 8th level venerables. It could be said that they were the backbone of Skynet. On this day, Falcon brought back a shocking piece of news. "What? You said you found traces of Lin Xian?" Falcon's news shocked many people. Among them, the eyes of several 5-star assassins blossomed with terrifying light. "Where is he?" Quickly inform the head venerate and young Master Ling Feng about this. Many people moved quickly. However, Falcon shook his head and said, "It's useless. Even if young Master Ling Feng knows, I'm afraid he won't have time to counterattack. Because Lin Xian's speed is very fast. I'm afraid he'll reach a safe place soon. At that time, we won't be able to make a move. Damn it, that kid is too cunning. No matter what, we can't let him go this time. I'll go inform the head venerate." Among them, a gray-robed old man said with a grave expression, "Falcon, you come with me." The head venerate was the leader of heavenly kings. He was incomparably mysterious. Apart from young Master Ling Feng and a few 5-star assassins, no one else knew what the head venerate looked like. And now, Falcon, a 4-star assassin, actually had the chance to see the head venerate. It had to be said that this was too shocking. At the same time, this also showed how important Lin Xian's information was. After passing through layers of secret passages and arrays, Falcon finally arrived in front of a pavilion. He knew that this was where the head venerate lived. "Remember, you only need to tell us what you know. As for other things, you don't need to say anything." The gray-robed old man warned coldly. "My lord, don't worry. I know what to say." Falcon nodded respectfully. However, an undetectable light flashed in his eyes. "Head venerate, I have an urgent matter to report." In the next moment, the gray-robed old man respectfully said, "Come in." A cold voice rang out. Then the pitch-black door in front of them suddenly opened, revealing a gloomy passage that seemed to lead to the netherworld. Falcon took a deep breath and followed the gray-robed elder into the passageway. This was a curved staircase with ancient walls on both sides. Hanging above were oil lamps with flickering flames. Although the stairs were not high, Falcon seemed to have experienced thousands of years. Finally, he arrived at the highest level. There was a large hall there, surrounded by dark green flames. Seeing the flames, Falcon's pupils shrank as he recalled a rumor. That was because this kind of dark green flame used the flesh and blood of powerhouses as lamp oil. Thinking of this, Falcon broke out in a cold sweat. Then he withdrew his gaze from the green flames and looked to both sides. He saw white skulls hanging on the walls on both sides. Beside each skull was a line of small words. Falcon took a closer look and realized that those were the names and cultivations of the cultivators. He realized that those people were all Ninth Heaven supremacies when they were alive. The strongest were even peak Ninth Heaven supremacies. They were densely packed and innumerable. The walls on both sides seemed to be made of white bones. Was this the true strength of the Skynet organization? It was simply too terrifying. Falcon felt a chill in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. If others knew of this, their jaws would definitely drop. One had to know that Ninth Heaven supremacies were the backbone of any sect. They were also peerless experts in the eyes of others. However, there were actually countless Ninth Heaven supremacies skulls hanging in this hall. It was simply too shocking. Greetings, Head Venerate. The gray-robed old man bowed respectfully. Falcon also withdrew his thoughts and knelt on the ground respectfully. He kowtowed and shouted at the same time, "Greetings, Head Venerate." There was a throne made of white bones. It was about 2 meters tall and pure white. It emitted a terrifying, baleful aura. At the front of the armrest, there were 2 skulls that flickered with a strange light. Those were the skulls of half-step kings. At this moment, there was a slender palm above the skulls. The slender fingers lightly tapped on the bones. A cold voice resounded in the void. "What business do you have?" Reporting to Head Venerate, "We have discovered Lin Xian's tracks." The gray-robed old man bowed and said, "What?" Hearing this, the voice in front suddenly became solemn. At the same time, a surge of killing intent surged out and instantly covered the entire hall. When this killing intent appeared, the gray-robed old man and Falcon trembled and broke out in cold sweat. They were like small boats in a storm that could be swallowed up at any time. "Where is that fellow now? Tell me in detail." "It's like this. This news came from the 4-star assassin, Falcon. How about we let him explain it to you?" The gray-robed old man said and looked at Falcon. Falcon took a deep breath and raised his head to look ahead. He saw that on the cold, white bone throne sat an ice mountain-like figure. It was a woman. She sat on the white bone throne like an emperor. She wore a black robe with a blood-red totem on it. She wore a golden mask, and her face couldn't be seen. Only a pair of cold eyes without any emotions looked down. Reporting to Head Venerate, "It's like this." Falcon quickly said. Luo Head Venerate heard this and coldly said, "There's no need to report this to Prince Ling Feng. We'll deal with it ourselves." "Yes," the gray-robed old man said respectfully. "This subordinate will go organize people." "No need, I'll go myself." Luo Head Venerate stood up and his cold voice resounded. "That brat is full of tricks. He must have a peerless expert protecting him. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but I don't want any accidents to happen this time. So I'll go myself." Hearing this, the gray-robed old man was shocked. How many years had it been since the Head Venerate personally made a move? One had to know that not only did the Head Venerate have a high position, he was also the strongest in Skynet. When Luo Head Venerate made a move before, even those peak 9th layer Venerates would tremble. He never thought that he would have to deal with a brat. Chapter 1306. In the past, when Luo Head Venerate made a move, even those peak ninth layer venerables would tremble. Who would have thought that she would have to deal with a brat now? But this was also good. With the Head Venerate making a move, there would be no mistakes. The gray-robed elder also let out a sigh of relief because Lin Xian had given them a lot of pressure during this period of time. The other party had created storm after storm, pressuring them until they couldn't breathe. Now, with the Head Venerate making a move, they could definitely kill him. Falcon knelt on the ground, his heart filled with joy. He was now Lin Xian's slave. His goal this time was naturally to lead the Head Venerate to make a move. Now it seemed like he had achieved his goal. Since she had decided to personally assassinate Lin Xian, Luo Head Venerate no longer hesitated. She looked at the gray-robed elder and said, "You can leave." Then she looked at Falcon, who was kneeling on the ground, and said coldly, "You come with me." Yes, the gray-robed elder and Falcon respectfully agreed. Falcon then stood up while the gray-robed elder quickly retreated. In an instant, only Falcon and the golden-masked Luo Head Venerate were left in the hall. "Dark Crow, come out!" Luo Head Venerate shouted. Then the void split open, and a strange crow flew out from the darkness, landing on the Head Venerate's shoulder. The crow was completely black, like black jade, but its eyes were blood red. Not only that, its body also had a cold aura. Falcon swallowed his saliva. He had heard of this kind of crow before. This was a type of demonic beast. It was extremely evil and specialized in eating the corpses of experts. It also had powerful illusion and concealment abilities. To an assassin, it was the best companion. However, this kind of crow was extremely rare and hard to feed. In the entire Skynet organization, only Luo Head Venerate had it. Luo Head Venerate waved her sleeve, and an invisible force surged out, enveloping Falcon. Then the two disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the sky. The dark crow cawed twice, and then its body quickly grew to a size of more than 10 meters. It flapped its wings and quickly disappeared with Luo Head Venerate and Falcon. In a forest not far from a mortal martial academy, Lin Xian sat on a huge rock. On the side, the dark red dragon and the snow-white fox were lazily leaning against each other. The surroundings were very quiet. No demonic beasts dared to disturb them. All of a sudden, Lin Xian opened his eyes as a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. "He's here." Through the beast slave seal, he was able to learn from Falcon that Skynet had already taken action. Next, he just needed to keep track of their whereabouts. After some time, Lin Xian stood up and said to the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey beside him, "They're coming soon. Stop fooling around." Both of them knew the severity of the situation, so they quieted down. Lin Xian quickly formed a seal with his hands, using the blood sword legacy to create a blood shadow doppelganger. Apart from him, no one else could tell if this blood shadow doppelganger was real or fake. After having his doppelganger sit cross-legged on the boulder, Lin Xian set up a magic array as a defense for his doppelganger. Then he brought the crimson divine dragon and the little monkey to hide. With the dark red dragon, even if they hid nearby, they wouldn't be discovered. Not long after they were done, a gray ray of light appeared in the sky. It was the Luo Head Venerate and the others. However, the two of them were hiding in the void and didn't release any aura. Especially the Luo Head Venerate. His entire body seemed to be transparent. If it wasn't for Falcon as a spy, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to discover them. "Head Venerate, that brat is below." Falcon transmitted from the side. "You stay here and don't move. Be careful and hide your aura." Luo Shou Honored Master instructed before flying down. She was very fast and instantly arrived above Lin Xian's doppelganger. Magic array. Disdain appeared in the Luo Head Venerate's eyes. Then she slowly pulled out a treasured blade. The entire process was silent. Although the magic array below looked very exquisite to outsiders, it was useless against her. Her figure flashed, and she turned into a flash of light, her speed reaching the extreme. The exquisite magic array didn't have any use, as it was pierced through by the Luo head venerate. In the next moment, a blade light flashed. Boundless killing intent turned into a fine blade light that instantly slashed down. The entire void was like a mirror, splitting in half from the middle. This blade was clean, efficient, and vicious. No one in the realm of paragons could block it. The figure sitting on the boulder was no exception. His body was instantly split in half. However, the Luo head venerate quickly frowned. She noticed that the body that fell wasn't a real person, but a pool of blood. Doppelganger? Her pupils constricted as she had a bad feeling in her heart. The other party actually made a doppelganger here. What did he want to do? Did he lure her out? Or did he run away the moment she made her move? She didn't know. So in the next moment, the Luo head venerate's eyes were like lightning as she looked around, wanting to find the person hiding in the dark. However, at this time, a burst of applause came from behind. Amazing, truly amazing. That blade just now, even a peak 9th level paragon wouldn't be able to block it. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. Who? The Luo head venerate's body froze as her hairs stood on end. Before she made her move, she had already looked around and didn't find anyone. But now, someone had walked out from behind her. If the other party was an absolute expert, if they made a move against her, she would already be dead. In the next moment, she suddenly turned around. Her body released countless blade lights that formed a defense. What? It's you. The Luo head venerate's expression changed. She didn't think that the person behind her would be Lin Xian. He was the target she wanted to kill. This was your trap? The Luo head venerate was smart and instantly understood. She gave a cold snort. You spent so much effort. What is your goal? While speaking, she quickly looked around to prevent herself from being surrounded. She knew about the Duan family's villa being destroyed. She also knew that Lin Xian had a powerful force in his hands that could destroy 9th level paragons. So at this moment, she was extremely careful. She was afraid of being surrounded by the experts Lin Xian brought. After all, no matter how strong she was, she wouldn't be able to block the combined attacks of countless absolute experts. Relax, I didn't bring anyone else. Lin Xian said with a faint smile. The Luo head venerate looked around and didn't find anyone. She gave a cold laugh. Do you think you can stop me by yourself? She looked at Lin Xian, the killing intent in her eyes not hidden at all. Although the assassination didn't succeed, it wasn't too late to make a move now. After all, the other party's cultivation and strength couldn't compare to hers. If she wanted to make a move, no one would be able to stop her. One blade. She only needed one blade to kill the other party. Chapter 1307. One slash. She only needed one slash, and she would be able to kill him. However, she didn't slash out. Not only that, she was completely stunned, because Falcon quickly descended from the sky and came nearby, respectfully bowing to Lin Xian. Master. Falcon respectfully called out, like an incomparably devout believer. Get up. Lin Xian nodded. Luo head sect saw this and was incomparably shocked. Betrayal. Someone from their Heaven's Net organization actually betrayed them. This was simply too hard to believe. One had to know that the Heaven's Net assassins were all trained from young. They were absolutely loyal to the organization. Even if they met with certain death, they would self-destruct. They would never reveal any information. It could be said that they were loyal. They would never betray them. But now, someone actually betrayed them, and it was a 4-star assassin. How did he do it? Falcon, why did you betray us? Luo head sect didn't understand. Because he is my master. Falcon's expression was cold, like he didn't recognize Luo head sect. Humph. Luo head sect snorted. Although I don't know why you betrayed us, you actually dared to betray the organization. There is no way for you to live." Falcon's betrayal truly made Luo Head sect furious. However, Lin Xian just sneered, rather than threatening him here. Why not think about his own situation? You spent so much effort to get Falcon to betray us. Your goal was to lure me out? Luo Head sect sneered in disdain. What? Do you think you can kill me with your strength? Kill you? No, no, no. Lin Xian shook his head. You're so strong and proficient in assassination. If you die, it would be a pity. However, if you can become my servant and work for me, then my strength will increase by another notch. That would be the best result. What? You want to get me to betray you? Luo Head sect was stunned, then snorted. Truly naive. Brat, stop with your flowery words. Die for me. Luo Head sect shouted. The long blade in his hand slashed down. The saber light was shocking, and the killing intent was shocking. This saber strike was incredibly terrifying. Most likely, even a ninth heaven venerable would not be able to withstand it. However, Lin Xian used the furious dragon incantation and illusory demon steps at the same time, exploding with 5 times the speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan dodged the terrifying attack. With a flip of his palm, the 1,000-beast cauldron floated in the air. What? He dodged it? This was impossible. How can he be so fast? Luo Head Venerate was shocked. She didn't believe it. One had to realize that this saber strike of hers was extremely frightening. There was absolutely no ninth heaven venerated cultivator that could block it. However, the other party's speed was really too astonishing. In fact, it was even faster than her saber light. Her face darkened. She wanted to attack again, but in the next moment her body trembled. This was because a black ray of light suddenly flew out from the small black cauldron, floating in the void, and instantly entered between her eyebrows. Ah! Luo Head Venerate's body trembled as he let out a pitiful cry. Clang! The treasured saber in his hand also fell to the ground. His entire being had descended into madness. Get out of here! Luo Head Venerate roared, releasing a powerful killing intent. This killing intent condensed into a formless saber that fiercely slashed at the black light. However, she had still underestimated the 1,000-beast cauldron. That was an earth-grade treasure. Its power was unfathomable. If Lin Xian used the great dragon sword spirit, he might be able to block it. However, Luo Head Venerate couldn't. Although she was a ninth heaven venerate and her killing intent was shocking, facing an earth-grade treasure, she had no chance of resisting. However, Lin Xian was also shocked. Last time when he had subdued Falcon, it had only been an instant. However, this time, after such a long stalemate, the other party still hadn't completely subdued him. It had to be said that this was too shocking. As expected of the head venerate of the Heaven's Net organization, her strength was truly strong. Lin Xian sighed in shock. Luckily, he had the 1,000-beast cauldron and the beast slave imprint. Otherwise, if he had to face Luo Head Venerate, he wouldn't be able to fight a huge battle. However, even so, using the 1,000-beast cauldron this time had cost him a broken earth-grade treasure. This price was extremely expensive. After an incense's time, Luo Head Venerate's legs went soft and she sat on the ground. It was as if she had gone through a huge battle and didn't have any strength left. Lin Xian took out a pill from his storage ring and flicked it out. Eat it. Luo Head Venerate listened and obediently picked up the pill on the ground and put it in her mouth. Very quickly, she recovered her strength. Master. In the next moment, she stood up and walked over to Lin Xian and knelt down gently. At the side, Falcon also knelt down respectfully. If anyone saw this scene, their jaws would drop. Who was the head venerate of the Heaven's Net organization, an extremely powerful ninth heaven venerate. Her status was equivalent to the sect master of a 6th rank sect. Such a person was an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain in the sky martial continent, a peerless expert in the eyes of the world. However, right now, she was kneeling in front of Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then he stretched out his finger and gestured, "What's your name?" "Luo Bingshan." A moving voice rang out. "Very good. I'll call you Bingshan from now on. Now stand up." Lin Xian said. "Yes, master." After receiving the order, Luo Bingshan quickly stood up. At the side, Falcon was still kneeling respectfully on the ground, his head buried deep in the ground. "Bingshan, take off your mask." Lin Xian was very curious what kind of face was under the golden mask. To be honest, when he saw Luo Bingshan previously, he was also very surprised. He did not expect the leader of the Heaven's Net organization to be a woman. Furthermore, it was a mysterious woman wearing a mask. As a man, he still had this bit of curiosity. "Yes," Luo Bingshan replied respectfully. Then, she stretched out her slender hands and gently took off the golden mask on her face. At the side, Falcon was still kneeling respectfully on the ground. Without Lin Xian's order, he would not move at all. The golden mask was slowly taken off, and a beautiful face appeared in front of him. Lin Xian was also slightly surprised. He did not expect the other party to be so beautiful. Delicate facial features and a white face, she was like a peerless beauty. However, she had a gloomy aura, as if she was 1,000 miles away from people. Indeed, she had the temperament of an ice beauty. "Put it on," Lin Xian said. "Yes, master." Soon, Bingshan put the golden mask on her face again. However, from her gaze, it could be seen that she was extremely respectful to Lin Xian. Think of a way to lure child Lingfeng out. Next, Lin Xian began to assign tasks to Luo Bingshan. After everything was done, Lin Xian let them go back. Looking at their backs, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Humph, child Lingfeng, it's time to settle the score with you." Chapter 1308. Next, Lin Xian returned to Star Point Peak and cultivated while waiting for news from Bingshan. During this time, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder had also returned. They had already collected all the materials written by the Dark Red Dragon. The Dark Red Dragon looked at the materials on the ground and said confidently, "Don't worry, although my strength hasn't fully recovered, with these materials, I can definitely set up a king's killing formation." Then he let out a strange cry and disappeared in a flash of red light with all the materials on the ground. Star Point Peak quieted down again, and Lin Xian also focused on cultivating. The Gale Lightning Sword and illusory demon steps that he had obtained a few years ago had already been trained to greater completion. At first, the 5 swords could kill late-stage 9th level martial artists, but the illusory demon steps allowed him to be as fast as a peak 9th level martial artist. Now, his main focus was on Void Shattering Finger, 9 Changes of Firmament, Sky Spill Visualization Diagram, and Angry Dragon Incantation. These 4 martial arts were all Earth-class martial arts, and their power was beyond imagination. However, as Lin Xian's soul power and physical fitness improved, the speed at which he cultivated these Earth-class techniques also increased. Now he could already store 3 Void Shattering Finger and use the first 4 changes of 9 Changes of Firmament. However, Sky Spilled Visualization Diagram still hadn't broken through. Lin Xian knew that when he could complete the 5th diagram, no one below King level martial artist would be able to surpass him in soul power. 10 days later, the Dark Red Dragon sent news that the King's killing formation had been set up. Hearing this news, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He knew that everything was ready, and he only needed to wait for Prince Lingfeng to arrive. Not long after, Luo Bingshan also sent news that she had successfully deceived Prince Lingfeng. Great! Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had guessed correctly. Luo Bingshan's position was very high, and Prince Lingfeng definitely wouldn't doubt her words. However, Prince Lingfeng didn't dare to be careless. According to Luo Bingshan's news, She had brought a large number of 9th level martial artists, and many of them were peak 9th level martial artists. Even a half-step king would have a headache facing such a power. Fortunately, Lin Xian had already arranged the king-killing array in advance, which was capable of killing any cultivator below the king realm. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to contend with the other party. Go. This time, Lin Xian brought along the 9th and 10th elders. 3 days later, Lin Xian, Elder Jiu, and the others landed on a lone mountain. This mountain was called Chongling Mountain. It was far away from the city and could be said to be very remote. The trees on the mountain were lush and verdant. Birds and beasts flew away, bringing with them a rich vitality. In one of the empty spaces, the dark red dragon was dancing with joy. The setup is complete. It was finally done. Haha, this emperor is a genius. Lin Xian, Elder 9, and the rest landed and looked around curiously. Where is the array formation? 9th elder was puzzled. The 10th elder also frowned. Is there a formation here? Of course there is. Not only is there a formation, it's a peerless formation. The dark red dragon said proudly, I've set up a king-killing array here. It can definitely kill any cultivator below the king realm. There's also a spatial formation that can trap everyone and prevent them from escaping. It can also prevent us from being trapped. You can say that as long as they come in, they'll definitely die. The dark red dragon said proudly. So powerful? Elder Jiu and Elder Jiu stared. Lin Xian also nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. However, the dark red dragon continued. Although it's powerful, there's also a shortcoming, and that's the range of the formation. These formations aren't very big. They only cover a mountain. If you want to attack, you have to grasp the timing. Otherwise, if some people can't enter, it'll be futile no matter how strong the formation is. Is it a problem of distance? Indeed, it seems like we need to discuss it properly. However, a mountain is enough, Lin Xian said. Next, Lin Xian and the rest began to simulate various battle scenarios. After everything was set up, Lin Xian began to appear in the vicinity from time to time. It didn't take long for the Duan clan to discover him. Reporting to young master, Lin Xian is indeed near Chongling Mountain, the scout reported. How many people are with him? Young master, Ling Feng asked. He had already heard the news, but now that it was confirmed, he was finally excited. Only 2 elders from the Palace of Ares. So few? Upon hearing this, many cultivators frowned. Young Master Ling Feng also asked in a deep voice, Are you sure you didn't miss anything? No, the scout reported. However, they're very careful. Moreover, their movement techniques are very strange. They all have methods to conceal their auras. Even I only discovered them after a long time. I see. He must be relying on some special method to think that others won't be able to find him. That's why he dared to bring 2 guards with him. Haha, he's dead for sure this time. Young Master Ling Feng was also ecstatic. However, he didn't lose his rationality. We can't be careless. There might be experts hiding in the dark. However, so what if there are experts? This time, I'll bring enough cultivators. We must kill him. Listen up. Immediately gather 59th level supremacies. Among them, I want 10 peak 9th level supremacies. Also, inform the Skynet organization to let Luo Bingshan bring along a 5-star assassin and follow me. This time, young Master Ling Feng could be said to have mobilized all the forces in his hands. Peak 9th level supremacies were extremely terrifying existences. One of them could destroy a secret villa like the previous one. If 10 peak 9th level supremacies stood together, even a half-step king wouldn't be their match. Only a true king wouldn't be afraid of such a formation. Not only that, but there are also countless 9th level supremacies and the entire Skynet organization. One had to know that Luo Bingshan was the king of assassins who could assassinate peak 9th level supremacies. To be honest, if he hadn't set up a king's killing formation, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't have been able to resist. However now, young Master Ling Feng's speed was very fast, like 10,000 lightning bolts. Not long after, he brought countless peerless experts and quickly set off for Chongling Mountain. As for Lin Xian, he had also received news of Luo Bingshan and was fully prepared. On this day, when Lin Xian left the mountain again, he finally realized that someone was watching him. Seeing this situation, Lin Xian was secretly delighted. Then he quickly landed on the ground and walked towards the vast forest. Behind him, there were many people following. They were faintly discernible, but they didn't make a move immediately. Clearly, they still suspected that there were peerless experts guarding Lin Xian nearby. Soon, Lin Xian gathered the 9th and 10th elders and had them protect him by his side. Then he slowed down again. The people behind him were still following him at a leisurely pace. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. Chapter 1309. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. A sword light instantly slashed forward, like a rainbow. Endless killing intent enveloped Lin Xian and the other two. It was extremely terrifying. The 9th elder snorted coldly and then shattered the sword light with a punch. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. "Who is it? Come out." As soon as this voice sounded, the surrounding air exploded like the roar of 10,000 beasts. However, no one answered him. There were only countless figures flashing in the distance. The 10th elder sneered. This group of people finally couldn't take it anymore. Should we kill them? No hurry. These people are probably just probing. Moreover, that young Master Ling Feng hasn't appeared yet. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. We must make them believe that there are only 3 of us and no extra guards. Only then will young Master Ling Feng appear. All right. The 10th elder sighed. They'll have a good time later. Then, the 3 of them once again traversed through the forest. However, after the probing just now, the people behind them were clearly bolder. Many had even revealed their true bodies and followed behind Lin Xian and the others. Instantly, the 9th elder and the 10th elder's faces darkened. This was because they realized that many people behind them had extremely powerful auras that far surpassed theirs. There were even peak 9th stage martial artists. Damn it, this young Master Ling Feng is really careful. He actually brought peak 9th stage martial artists. And there was more than one. The 9th elder's expression was ugly. If not for the killing formation, he would probably want to escape now. The 10th elder's expression also darkened. That's right. I also saw a few peak 9th stage martial artists. Moreover, they were all famous experts in the War God Palace. With such a lineup, even half-step kings would probably die. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. Not only that, there are also many assassins surrounding us. Those people are all 5-star assassins and can assassinate 9th stage martial artists. Some can even assassinate peak 9th stage martial artists. At this moment, young Master Ling Feng's subordinates were everywhere. It could be said that this was a situation of certain death. Even half-step kings couldn't escape. The terrifying assassins were like dark killing gods, hiding in the surroundings, waiting to strike. In the eyes of these people, even 9th Heaven Venerables were prey, what more Lin Xian and the others. Fortunately, Lin Xian had subdued the head venerable of the assassin organization in advance. Otherwise, he would definitely be in danger now. The dark red divine dragon also poked its head out. When it saw the assassins around it, it couldn't help but curse. Damn, that guy is too vicious. He actually sent out so many people. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so valuable. Hearing these words, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He was indeed valuable. Perhaps not even a half-step king could enjoy such a situation. Young master, hurry up and do it. I keep feeling uneasy. That's right. These people are too powerful. They can kill us in an instant. If they suddenly attack and we don't activate the formation, we'll really be finished. The ninth elder and the seventh elder's faces turned ugly. The current situation was beyond their expectations. Moreover, they had never truly seen the power of the killing formation. Although the dark red divine dragon had exaggerated, they were still not completely confident. However, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. No matter. Let's wait a little longer. We must lure them all into the king killing formation. This time, I'm going to give the Duan clan a big gift. In truth, he originally only wanted to kill young Master Ling Feng. However, he had changed his plan now. He wanted to kill all the cultivators who had come this time. This was because he didn't expect young Master Ling Feng to send out so many people. There were actually 10 Ninth Heaven Venerables, 40 to 50 Ninth Heaven Venerables, and countless assassins. This number was extremely terrifying. It was probably close to half of the Duan clan strength. If these people were all killed, then the Duan clan strength would undoubtedly be reduced by more than half. They would suffer heavy losses. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the ninth elder and the 10th elder's eyelids twitched. However, they were soon overjoyed. If so many Ninth Heaven Venerables and peerless experts died, the Duan clan would probably go crazy. Thinking of the Duan clan suffering heavy losses, the two of them couldn't wait. In the distance, countless cultivators appeared like ghosts. Their terrifying aura was like a huge mountain, suppressing everything in the world. The birds and beasts in the mountain all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. They didn't know what had happened, but that aura was like that of a king, deeply suppressing them. The sky also darkened. It was as if a dark cloud had covered the sky. An oppressive aura spread out in all directions. It was as if a great battle would break out at any time. Young Master, I've checked. There doesn't seem to be any hidden elites in the surroundings. There's only that brat Lin Xian and the 2 elders. Only these few people. Young Master Ling Feng smirked coldly. This brat is really bold. Until now, he still had some doubts. However, in the next instant, young Master Ling Feng was overjoyed. That was because he saw Lin Xian and the others suddenly rise from the ground and rush into the sky. It was as if they wanted to escape. This meant that the other party was really guilty. However, there were already countless 5-star assassins lying in ambush in the sky. At this moment, they were like ghosts. With shocking long streaks, they ruthlessly slashed at Lin Xian and the others. Instantly, they were once again pushed down the mountain. Want to leave? Not so easy. Young Master Ling Feng smirked coldly. Now he finally believed that there were no elites protecting Lin Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped so pathetically. Go, break his legs first. Make him kneel on the ground to welcome me. Young Master Ling Feng's black hair fluttered as he looked down like an emperor. Instantly, the 7 5-star assassins in the sky and a few 9th Heaven supremacies quickly flew forward. These people were very fast. They were like shooting stars and arrows, especially the 5-star assassins hidden in the void. They were even more silent. They were like ghosts. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. They couldn't activate the king-level killing array now. They could only use themselves as bait to lure young Master Ling Feng and the others. Hence, they were in a very dangerous situation now. Elders, you must be careful. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. This was because the people who had come were all exceptional elites. Moreover, there were 5-star assassins. Although Ling Xian had completely grasped their positions, he still had to deal with them with all his might. After Lin Xian's warning, the martial artist assassins in the surroundings all moved. A terrifying aura exploded instantly. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it lit up the entire sky. That aura was like a vast ocean, about to swallow Lin Xian and the others. Countless sword lights lit up in the sky. They were like shocking rainbows. With cold killing intent, They ruthlessly pierced towards Lin Xian and the others. When they moved, they were like a sudden clap of thunder. Young Master Ling Feng's subordinates were definitely very strong. Attack! Lin Xian also shouted. His body was like a flickering shadow, instantly disappearing from the spot. The 9th Elder and 10th Elder also shouted angrily. The two of them joined forces and quickly defended the surroundings. Chapter 1310. Lin Xian unleashed his lightning martial soul, which resonated with the dark clouds in the sky. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning as thick as mountains struck in all directions. Those early-stage 9th Heaven martial artists couldn't escape in time and were instantly split in half. Blood mist filled the air, and the pungent smell of blood quickly spread in all directions. The 9th Elder and the 10th Elder also burst forth with super strong battle prowess, killing a 5-star assassin alive. That 5-star assassin's body fell from the void, and his eyes widened. Until his death, he didn't believe that the other party could discover his tracks. Lin Xian and the other two's attack seemed to have angered young Master Ling Feng. Soon, more figures rushed over from afar. The ground trembled and the wind howled. It was as if countless Asuras were coming back to life. Lin Xian's body was covered in sword light, and he was like a peerless god of war. None of the supremacies who were targeted by him could survive. On the other side, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder were also roaring. They had Lin Xian's warning and knew the location of all the assassins. Therefore, although they were in danger, they weren't hurt. Not only that, they seemed to have killed many 5-star assassins. Finally, the actions of Lin Xian and the rest angered those 9th Heaven supremacies. One of the 9th Heaven supremacies charged towards Lin Xian, while the other charged towards the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder. The 9th Heaven supremacies were very terrifying. The moment they attacked, they displayed a great ability that could tear the sky and earth apart. Lin Xian and the 9th Elder were forced to retreat. Lin Xian and the 9th Elder looked at each other. Their bodies were like lightning as they flew towards the mountain peak in the distance. This was what they had discussed before. As long as the 9th Heaven supremacies attacked, they would immediately retreat. Chase! We definitely can't let them escape. In the distance, young Master Ling Feng saw this scene and revealed a cruel smile. He quickly chased after them with a large number of experts. Not only that, he even ordered people to seal off the entire mountain peak. He had already thought about it. After capturing Lin Xian, he wouldn't kill him immediately. Instead, he would torture him to death and let him taste all the torture in the world. Only then could the hatred in his heart be dispelled. Soon Lin Xian, 9th Elder, and the others retreated to the isolated mountain. However, the surrounding assassins did not intend to let them go. Countless assassins sealed off all directions, and there were even peerless powerhouses that charged towards the three of them. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His expression was extremely solemn as a powerful aura burst forth from his body. He held the Lone Star sword in his hand and brandished it. Terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions. A middle-stage 9th Heaven Venerable was furious. He executed a powerful fist technique and punched forward. However, it was sliced in half by an incoming sword qi. A 9th layer late-stage supreme expert roared angrily. In his hands was a long spear, moving through the void like a flood dragon. However, he still couldn't stop that murderous sword. Other than venerables, at the peak of the 9th level, no one could block Lin Xian's sword technique. Die, brat! A venerable at the peak of the 9th level flew into a rage. He raised his hand and struck out with a blood-red palm. Blood surged as if countless demons were screaming. A terrifying, murderous aura enveloped the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and shouted, 9 transformations of the firmament. Dijiang transformation! Instantly, the void trembled, and a huge, strange bird appeared in the void. It had 6 legs and 4 pairs of wings. Its body was huge like a mountain, and its face was a mess. It was impossible to see its real face clearly. Not only that, but its entire body was also surrounded by blazing flames. It was like a divine flame bird. Dijiang, an ancient mutated beast. It was extremely terrifying and powerful. At this moment, when Lin Xian executed it, it instantly roared in all directions. In the next instant, the terrifying energy collided with the peak ninth heaven venerable, exploding with resplendent light. In the sky, the ninth heaven venerable roared angrily. He realized that the other party could actually contend with him. This was simply too shocking. One had to know that the other party was only an eighth heaven venerable, while he was a peak ninth heaven venerable. The difference in strength between the two of them was more than 10 times. How could the other party be his match? However, he did not know that Lin Xian was proficient in many kinds of earth-tier martial arts and could erupt with more than 10 times the strength. Even a peak ninth heaven venerable might not be able to contend with him. Seeing that Lin Xian could actually contend with a peak ninth heaven venerable, young Master Ling Feng and the other peerless powerhouses were also shocked. To be honest, Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations, especially young Master Ling Feng, whose expression was even more terrifying. Other than being younger than him, the other party's talent and strength were not inferior to his. If he did not get rid of the other party this time, he would definitely be the most difficult enemy to deal with in the future. So what if you can contend with a peak ninth heaven venerable? I have 10 peak venerable in my hands. I don't believe you can block all of them. Young Master Ling Feng was extremely confident. Although the other party could block 1 peak ninth heaven venerable, it was impossible for the other party to block 2 peak ninth heaven venerable. Moreover, he had 10 peak ninth heaven venerable in his hands. Just in terms of strength, his side far surpassed Lin Xian by dozens of times. The two of them were not on the same level at all. In front, just as Lin Xian executed the 9 changes of the firmament to contend with a peak ninth heaven venerable, 8 mid-ninth heaven venerable suddenly appeared around him. Their expressions were cold, and like killing gods, they quickly attacked Lin Xian as if they wanted to blow him up. A terrifying aura spread out, and countless cracks appeared in the void. It was too terrifying. When these mid-ninth heaven venerable joined forces, they were not inferior to a peak ninth heaven venerable at all. Lin Xian also felt the danger. He immediately snorted coldly, and his body was like lightning, quickly disappearing from the spot. In the next moment, his body appeared in the sky. However, just as he appeared, the 5-star Wine Lord's assassins attacked him from all directions. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and countless black flames surged out of his body, turning into a black wave that swept out in all directions. In the void, 3 5-star assassins did not have time to escape at all. They were swallowed by the black flames and immediately let out miserable screams. Not long after, they were burned to ashes, and not even their bones were left. It was not over yet. Lin Xian's palm moved again, and he quickly formed the next seal. 9 changes of the firmament Zhuyan change. Now he had already executed the first 4 changes of the 9 changes of the firmament, and this was the 4th change. As he formed the seal, a huge red ape flew out from his fingers, and it quickly grew in the air. It was like a giant, and it was hundreds of feet tall, standing between heaven and earth. This was a divine ape, and its eyes were like lightning. Its palms reached the sky, and it was extremely powerful. As soon as it appeared, it lifted its huge foot and stomped on the 8 mid-ninth heaven venerables below. The furious dragon art, in addition to the 9 changes of the firmament, 2 earth-grade martial arts, erupted with power that was 10 times stronger than Lin Xian's. This stomp was not something that the mid-ninth heaven venerable ones could resist. Poof, 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 poof. As expected, their bodies exploded, and they turned into countless blood mists, drifting in the forest. Lin Xian was like a god of war, and he was extremely brave and ferocious, shocking everyone. Chapter 1311. On the other side, Ninth Elder and 10th Elder situation was not optimistic. They were not as strong as Lin Xian. Facing a peak 9th level venerable, they could not contend at all and could only retreat. This was with the help of the dark red divine dragon. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. His figure was like lightning as he quickly arrived beside 9th Elder and 10th Elder. The Lone Star sword was like a bolt of lightning as it slashed out, instantly forcing the peak 9th level venerable to retreat. 9th Elder, 10th Elder, are you two all right? Lin Xian asked with concern. We're fine. Our bones are very tough. Their faces were pale, but they did not suffer any serious injuries. Although they were not injured, their expressions were not relaxed at all. They looked around and frowned. The entire Lonely Mountain was surrounded by a dense mass of martial artists. They were completely sealed off. Among them, there were a large number of 9th level venerables. There were even 10 peak 9th level venerables sealing off all directions. Not to mention them, even a half-step king would not be able to escape. Kid, I have to admit that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. In such a situation where death is certain, you're still able to kill so many of my guards. A cold voice sounded out. Then the crowd dispersed. A tall and handsome youth walked through the air with several peak 9th level venerables following behind him. The youth was dressed in a golden robe. His black hair was like a waterfall. His gaze was like lightning, and his expression was cold without a trace of emotion. This was the famous young Master Ling Feng of Sky Martial Continent. Seeing Lin Xian and the rest being surrounded, he finally came out. You are Ling Feng. Lin Xian looked forward. This was the first time he had seen him. I have long heard of your name, but it seems that you are nothing much. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. What did you say? Hearing this, young Master Ling Feng's face immediately darkened. Kid, you are courting death. The surrounding martial artists also shouted coldly, How dare you be disrespectful to the young master? Quickly kneel down and kowtow to apologize with your death. On the other hand, Lin Xian raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Humph, how impressive. You really think you are a king? You dare to ignore everything. Although I am not a king, I'm more than enough to deal with you. In front of me, you're just an ant. Oh, young Master Ling Feng's face became cold again. Lin Xian sneered, Is that so? Since you're so confident, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Just the two of us. This is a battle to the death. No one else is allowed to interfere. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and resounded in all directions. This is a matter between the Lin family and the Duan family. Why don't the two of us settle it? Do you dare to challenge me to a duel to the death? Lin Xian pointed his sword at young Master Ling Feng. One-on-one? Just you? Young Master Ling Feng was stunned for a moment before laughing maniacally. What? You don't dare? Lin Xian stared straight ahead. It's not that I don't dare, it's that I'm not worthy. Who do you think you are to fight me? Young Master Ling Feng sneered in disdain, as if he was a god. To be honest, the only people who can fight with me in the younger generation on this continent are the other 3 young masters. The others are not qualified to fight with me at all. You, too, are not qualified. Young Master Ling Feng's black hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was abnormally strong. He was like a god of war as he walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the void trembled and the ground cracked. Those behind him followed suit. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Looking at this scene, the dark red divine dragon was overjoyed. This is great. The other party has already entered the king's killing array. Not only him. The surrounding people have also entered. I'll activate the space array now and seal them all here so that they won't be able to run around. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. He quickly waved his dragon claws and secretly formed space array at the outermost periphery. This array was very magical and could prevent these people from escaping. To be honest, the dark red divine dragon hated young Master Ling Feng. That was because young Master Ling Feng's cocky and arrogant attitude made the dark red divine dragon very unhappy. He couldn't wait to step on him. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's voice transmission, Lin Xian was also overjoyed. This was great. The other party had finally fallen into his trap. The act he had put in so much effort into was not in vain. Brat, to be honest, I'm not interested in someone like you, because I can destroy you with a single finger. Young Master Ling Feng's expression was arrogant as he looked down on everything. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll first break your 4 limbs and break all the bones in your body. Then I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll also make you my slave. I'll let everyone know who the real young master of the Palace of Gods of War is. At the end, young Master Ling Feng's handsome face was abnormally sinister and his eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, he cared a lot about the title of Young Master of the Palace of Gods of War. Originally, as long as the Duan family took down the Palace of Gods of War, this title would be his and he would become the most dazzling person in the younger generation of the Tianwu continent. But halfway through, it was forcefully snatched away by Lin Xian. This drove him crazy, but it was all good now. Soon, he would be able to take back this title with his own hands. After this battle, he would still be the 4th young master of the Tianwu continent and the most dazzling person in the continent. And Lin Xian would be his slave, a dead dog. Thinking of this, young Master Ling Feng couldn't help but raise his head and laugh wildly. The surrounding peerless experts also sneered. But at this moment, a ray of light suddenly lit up. A terrifying killing intent erupted like a flood and engulfed the world, causing everyone's heart to go crazy. A terrifying blade light pierced through the void and ruthlessly slashed towards young Master Ling Feng. What? No. The group of people were shocked as they widened their eyes in disbelief. That arrogant laughter also stopped abruptly, as if someone was choking them. They didn't believe that there were hidden experts in the surroundings who dared to make a move on young Master Ling Feng. Young Master Ling Feng was also stunned. The smile on his face turned ugly. He didn't expect that when he was at his proudest, someone would actually dare to make a move on him. And that blade light was too shocking, causing him to feel fear and trepidation. Now he couldn't count on those peerless experts because that blade light was too fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant. At this critical moment, young Master Ling Feng roared. A blue armor quickly appeared on his body and covered his entire body, leaving only his eyes exposed. Clang! In the next moment, the shocking blade light ruthlessly slashed over and slashed on the armor, creating an earth-shattering sound. The terrifying force sent young Master Ling Feng flying, crashing into a small mountain beside him. Young Master! Those peak 9th stage venerables went crazy and ran forward like crazy. As for the other assassins, they stared at Lin Xian, preventing him from escaping. Boom! The small mountain ahead exploded and huge rocks flew everywhere. Young Master Ling Feng walked out of the rubble. He was wearing blue armor and looked extremely valiant. However, his face was abnormally ugly. The starry sky armor quickly changed and finally revealed young Master Ling Feng's face. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered internal injuries. Chapter 1312. The universal armor quickly changed, revealing young Master Ling Feng's face. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered internal injuries. His eyes were like a venomous snake. They were extremely ferocious as he stared at the void. Anger, extreme anger. That attack was too dangerous. If not for the universal armor that could resist 70% of the damage, he would have died. Who is it? How dare you attack me? I will make you wish you were dead. Young Master Ling Feng was like an injured beast as he roared. To be honest, he was furious. Previously, he was still high and mighty, looking down on Lin Xian. But in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying and almost assassinated. He could not accept such an outcome. When the others saw that young Master Ling Feng was fine, they heaved a sigh of relief. But then they looked at the void with gloomy expressions. What? It's you! In the next moment, everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Young Master Ling Feng's body stiffened, and his mind went blank, because there was a figure floating in the void. Black robes with red totems engraved on it. The slender figure wore a golden mask. Killing intent filled the air like a god of death. Luo Bingshan, the head venerate of the Skynet organization, the king of assassins. She was the one who had attacked. Only young Master Ling Feng had the universal armor and could dodge that attack. If it were anyone else, they would have been split in half. Not to mention the 9th level supremacies. Even the 5-star assassins in the void were stunned. They did not expect their boss to attack young Master Ling Feng. What was going on? Luo Bingshan, you dare! You betray me! Young Master Ling Feng's face was ferocious as he roared in the void. He did not expect that the assassin was not Lin Xian's protector, but his own subordinate. The assassin that he had groomed actually tried to assassinate him at the most critical moment. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. But now it had really happened. The 9th level supremacies were also shocked. They all roared. Head Venerate Luo, are you crazy? You dare to attack young master? Surnamed Luo, did you take the wrong medicine? How dare you betray young master? Luo Bingshan's expression was cold. He dares to go against master. He deserves to die. Crazy, really crazy. Hearing Luo Bingshan's words, everyone's mind went blank. Even young Master Ling Feng was trembling. But soon he screamed, Master? What master? Am I not your master? The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. Right, could it be that Luo Bingshan had another master? Luo Bingshan snorted disdainfully and said in a cold voice, You're not worthy of being my master. After saying that, she ignored the crowd and quickly landed on the lone mountain. With a flip of her hand, the peerless saber was put away. Luo Bingshan strode forward. Finally, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Luo Bingshan slowly knelt down. Luo Bingshan came before Lin Xian and slowly knelt down. His tone was extremely respectful as he shouted, Greetings, master. Seeing this scene, everyone felt like their heads were about to explode. Shock, absolute shock. They had never imagined such a scene in their entire lives. Luo Bingshan had actually knelt down in front of an 8th heaven venerable realm cultivator. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the other party was a 9th heaven venerable, the king of assassins and the head of Skynet. His status even surpassed the sect master of a 6th grade sect. It could be said that his status was very high. Even when he saw young Master Ling Feng, he would only bow and salute. He had never seen him kneel before anyone. But now Luo Bingshan was kneeling. Moreover, he was kneeling willingly and respectfully in front of a young man. Seeing this scene, young Master Ling Feng was so angry that his entire body trembled. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Luo Bingshan was the king of assassins, and he had spent a lot of effort to rope him in. Usually, he treated him like an important guest, rather than saying that they were subordinates. It was more like a cooperative relationship. Of course, young Master Ling Feng had wanted to take Luo Bingshan under his wing more than once. He even wanted to make him his concubine, but no matter what he did, he failed in the end. He knew that Luo Bingshan, as the king of assassins, had his own pride. Such a person couldn't be subdued and could only be treated as a cooperative partner. But now, the scene in front of him had deeply shocked him, something that he couldn't do. His sworn enemy, Lin Xian, had actually done it. How could he accept this? On the other side, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. Get up. You did well. Yes. Thank you, master. Luo Bingshan slowly stood up and stood beside Lin Xian. Young Master Ling Feng was so angry that he laughed. Good, good, good. Kid, I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to subdue such a person. This is really out of my expectations. But so what if I've subdued him? I have 10 peak ninth heaven venerables on my side and countless peerless experts. You can't escape it all. At the end, young Master Ling Feng laughed maniacally again. Today is the day you die. All of you go. Use your full strength and kill them. Young Master Ling Feng roared crazily like a demon. Kid, how dare you go against young master? Go to hell. The Palace of Gods of War only has one young master, and that is our young master Ling Feng. The 10 peak ninth heaven venerables quickly attacked like gods of war, causing heaven and earth to tremble. They turned into lightning bolts and quickly charged toward Lin Xian and the others. Not only them, but the surrounding cultivators also attacked. Terrifying auras exploded. An entire sky was completely chaotic. With so many people and the 5-star assassin in the void, it could be said that this was a peerless force that no one could stop. Looking at this terrifying scene, the 9th Elder, 10th Elder, Luo Bingshan, and the others' expressions were extremely solemn. However, they all gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, ready to fight to the death. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Then he shouted, ruffian long attack. Kill them all. Facing so many people, Lin Xian finally used his ultimate move, the King's Killing Formation. Boom, boom, boom. The sky trembled and the ground cracked open. Strong winds swept through and dark clouds roared. In an instant, the sky and earth of Lone Mountain changed color. Terrifying killing intent rose from the sky like peerless gods piercing through heaven and earth. This killing intent was too terrifying. The 5-star assassins' expressions changed, and they were all terrified as if they had seen a ghost. Even Luo Bingshan was shocked. This killing intent was not something she could compare to. At the most critical moment, the dark red divine dragon activated the King's Killing Formation and released a shocking killing intent that completely enveloped Lone Mountain. Young Master Ling Feng, Duan Clan, didn't you want to kill me? Today I'll give you a big gift. All of you will go to hell. Chapter 1313. Hearing his voice, the entire King's Killing Formation erupted with unparalleled energy, turning the entire area into a peerless killing formation. D***, what is this? Impossible. There's actually a killing formation here. Why didn't I detect it before? This aura is too terrifying. It's definitely not something a supremacy can release. Everyone was horrified, and even the peerless experts' expressions changed because they realized that this killing intent was too terrifying and they couldn't withstand it at all. The 5-star assassins were even trembling because in front of this aura, they were like ants facing a giant dragon, unable to resist at all. Young Master Ling Feng looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire person became abnormally ferocious. Impossible. This is impossible. Why is there a killing formation here? Go, break it for me. Young Master Ling Feng roared crazily as if he had gone mad. His body was quickly covered with the galaxy armor, blocking all the killing intent. However, he wasn't in a good situation. Although the galaxy armor could block 70% of the damage, the killing intent here was too terrifying. Even if it was weakened by 70%, it was still not something he could withstand. At this moment, regardless of whether it was a 9th heaven supremacy or a 5-star assassin, their faces were pale and filled with despair. Once the King's Killing Formation was activated, it was earth-shattering, enveloping everyone and turning them into azure hell. However, at this moment, a peak 9th heaven supremacy roared crazily. Everyone, don't be deceived. He's only an 8th heaven supremacy. It's impossible for him to have such a powerful killing formation. This must be an illusion. He's trying to interfere with us. As long as everyone works together and rushes out quickly, we can break the formation. At that time, that kid will definitely die. This was a peerless expert and also young masterling Feng's guardian. At this critical moment, his thunderous voice stunned everyone. Instantly, everyone quieted down and quickly adjusted their bodies. Yes, this can't be real. There are so many of us, and there are even 10 peak 9th heaven supremacies. If we work together, we can definitely break it. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with hope. However, in the next moment, they fell into the abyss of despair once again. The king's killing formation trembled and released a shocking sword light that tore through heaven and earth, directly splitting the peak 9th heaven supremacy who had shouted earlier in half. Pooh! The corpse split open from the middle and fell to the ground. Blood and internal organs spilled all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood quickly spread out. No, this scene made everyone around feel as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces were deathly pale. The hope that had just risen in their hearts was extinguished just like that. Previously, they had thought that this was just an illusion technique, which did not have much power at all. However, just as they finished speaking, a 9th heaven peak, Venerable, had died in front of them. Moreover, he had been directly killed by a beam of killing intent. They now knew that this was not an illusion, because no illusion could affect all of them. This was a true peerless killing array, one that could instantly kill a peak 9th level killing array. Everyone had lost their courage in the face of this killing array. Each and every one of them was in utter despair. Lin Xian and the others arrived at a corner of the killing array and were protected by countless killing auras. The power of this king's killing array was beyond his expectations. It could even kill someone at the peak of the 9th level. He knew that the people below were finished. None of them could escape. Although he was not a bloodthirsty person, he did not have any pity at this time. Because these people wanted to kill him, he was just returning the favor. Kikik, how is it, kid? My king's killing array is powerful, right? The dark red dragon looked around and was very satisfied. As for the 9th elder, the 10th elder, and Luo Bingshan, they were extremely shocked and dumbfounded. They did not expect that there would be such a terrifying killing array in the world that could easily kill a peak 9th level venerable. Looking at the terrifying aura, it was likely that no one below the king level could escape. But soon, the 9th elder and the others laughed wildly. In the past few years, they had been suppressed by the Duan clan. Many of their companions had been killed by the Duan clan in battle. It could be said that they were extremely miserable. Now that they had Lin Xian, their young master, they could finally avenge this grudge. The 9th elder's eyes were like lightning. His eyes were red as he stared at a figure in front of him. Old dog Duan, last time you brought people from the Duan clan to kill my good friend and forced us out of the palace of gods of war. Now, your retribution has finally come. The 9th elder pretended to be crazy as he stared at a peak 9th level venerable in front of him. That was an extremely tall old man with thick arms like a demon. His body exuded a terrifying aura. When he heard the 9th elder's voice, his expression was extremely ugly. Humph, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. When I go out later, I'll definitely kill all of you remaining evils. The tall old man's expression was ferocious, and his voice was like thunder that shook the surroundings. The dark red dragon sneered and quickly activated the king's killing array. Immediately, the sky trembled, and a shocking sword light descended, piercing through the tall old man. Ah! The tall peak 9th level venerable was pierced through the heart by thousands of arrows, and his corpse was nailed to the ground. Awesome! Ha 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 ha! Old friend, I've finally avenged you. The 9th elder laughed wildly. Seeing that, the 10th elder was also excited. He quickly scanned his surroundings and finally stared at a peak 9th level venerable. Evil-eyed boy, I'll see you killed with my own eyes today. The 10th elder stared at a short old man with red hair. There was an evil eye between his brows, and he looked like a demon. At that moment, he used all of his strength and turned into a flash of light, shuttling quickly through the entire killing array. Hearing the 10th elder's words, the other party let out a sharp cry. Just you wait. When I go out, I'll definitely kill your entire family. However, what responded to him was dozens of purple lightning bolts. They were like lightning dragons that descended from the sky, and the terrifying lightning drowned him. Boom! 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 The terrifying lightning bolts pierced through heaven and earth, blasting the evil-eyed boy into pieces. Ha 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 ha! The evil-eyed boy is finally dead. The 10th elder was also excited. The remaining peak 9th level venerables had extremely ugly expressions. They quickly gathered beside young Master Ling Feng. Young Master, quickly use the spatial teleportation scroll. Let's leave this place. Young Master Ling Feng looked at the corpses all over the ground, and his heart was bleeding. These were the elites of the Duan family. Many of them were peerless experts in the 9th heaven, and they were the backbone of their family. Now that they were killed here, it was too painful. However, he also knew how powerful this killing array was, so he didn't dare to take it head-on. At that moment, when he heard the advice of the elders, he immediately took out a black scroll. Lin Xian, you killed so many of my experts today. When I go out, I'll definitely kill your entire family. Not only that, everyone related to you will die. Young Master Ling Feng's expression was ferocious. In the next moment, he bit his finger and dripped blood on the black scroll. Chapter 13-14. In the next moment, he bit his finger and dripped his blood onto the black scroll. Instantly, the scroll opened up and formed a black light that enveloped young Master Ling Feng and the few peak 9th heaven cultivators. They turned into a black light and disappeared. That scroll was extremely precious. It was a spatial scroll that contained a spatial array that could teleport people out instantly. It could be said to be the best method to save one's life. Such a life-saving item was extremely precious in the Tianwu continent. Among these people, only young Master Ling Feng had it. If it was any other array, young Master Ling Feng and the rest might really be able to escape. But this time it did not work. Previously, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon had already set up a spatial array around the king's killing array in order to prevent others from using the spatial array to escape. Indeed, not long after young Master Ling Feng and the rest disappeared into the void, they were shaken out by a strange force. What? The spatial scroll has lost its effect? How is this possible? Young Master Ling Feng's expression was extremely ugly as he roared crazily. The peak 9th heaven honorables around him also had looks of despair. This was spatial teleportation, an extremely precious method to escape. But now it had actually lost its effect. Who was the other party? He actually had such an unfathomable method. Not only could he set up such a powerful killing array, but he could also prevent them from escaping. Impossible! How is this possible? He's just a brat from the wildlands. How can he have so many methods? Young Master Ling Feng did not dare to believe it. He realized that he had completely underestimated the other party. Too mysterious. The other party had endless methods that far surpassed him. Kill him for me. As long as he's dead, this array will definitely stop. Young Master Ling Feng roared crazily. The peak 9th heaven honorables around him also went crazy. Now that their escape route had been sealed, they could only survive by killing Lin Xian. In the next moment, they all stared in the southeast direction because that was where Lin Xian and the rest were. Brat, go to hell! A peak 9th heaven honorable roared and quickly pulled out the treasure sword on his back. His entire body turned into a shocking sword light as he quickly stabbed towards Lin Xian. This was an all-out attack from a level 9 peak expert, and it was incomparably terrifying. The sword light shattered the entire void, forming a black torrent that instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian and the others. Die! The long sword was like a dragon, carrying a shocking aura as it pierced forward. The vengeful attack of a peak ninth heaven venerable was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Lin Xian. Die, brat! This peak ninth heaven venerable realm cultivator's expression was savage, and it was as if he could already see Lin Xian being pierced through by the sword. However, a purple light suddenly flickered, and a terrifying sword light descended from the sky, directly piercing through the top of the venerable master's head. A terrifying murderous aura swept out and killed the peak ninth heaven venerable. Clang! The ninth heaven venerable Tyr's corpse and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a resounding clang. All of you are unforgivable. Since you dared to kill me, you can stay here forever. Lin Xian's voice resounded in all directions. Shameless boasting. Brat, you're too arrogant. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. 3 peak ninth heaven venerables roared angrily and quickly charged over from afar. One of them had a cold expression, and powerful lightning surrounded his body. He was like the god of thunder, bringing with him a powerful sea of lightning as he charged over quickly. The other person was extremely tall, and his entire body flickered as if it was made of gold. His entire body was filled with power. He could easily tear apart heaven and earth with a raise of his hand. The last person was even more terrifying. Just his aura alone could cause the wind and clouds to change. A purple light flickered in his palm, emitting a terrifying energy. The energy gathered in the air, forming a purple light blade that slashed towards Lin Xian. The 3 peak ninth heaven venerables combined could definitely destroy everything. However, they could not stop the king's killing formation at all. Poof! A low sound was heard, and instantly the purple light blade in the void cracked and turned into countless pieces. At the same time, the entire king's killing formation was activated, and a terrifying murderous aura shrouded the surroundings. The void cracked, and the ground caved in. Terrifying murderous sword light pierced through heaven and earth, rampaging in all directions. The 3 peak ninth heaven venerables roared angrily, resisting the murderous sword light with all their might. However, this was the king's killing formation, and it was extremely terrifying. The 3 ninth heaven venerables could not resist it at all. First, it was the powerhouse, surrounded by purple energy. The purple light blade he shot out was instantly shattered. Not only that, but his arms also cracked rapidly and countless cracks appeared. Then his arms cracked, turning into a bloody mist. Next, it was his entire body. In front of such a peerless killing weapon, peak ninth heaven venerables could not resist at all. In an instant, a peak ninth heaven venerables was killed. Next, it was the powerhouse whose entire body was emitting golden light. He was a powerhouse in body refinement and was extremely terrifying. Even a half-Earth grade treasure could not hurt him at all. However, in front of this murderous aura, his golden body quickly cracked, turning into a pile of rotten flesh. The last lightning venerables were even more unlucky. The terrifying murderous aura directly detonated the lightning on his body, and he instantly exploded into a bloody mist, no longer existing. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb, and their faces were filled with despair. Even the powerful peak ninth heaven venerables could not resist, let alone them. Join forces, join forces. Break out of the encirclement. In the distance, Prince Ling Feng also roared crazily. He had the cosmic battle armor that could block 70% of the damage, so he was still alive. Of course, this was not just the effect of the cosmic battle armor. He was not constantly swallowing natural treasures to prevent himself from dying. The remaining peak ninth heaven venerables did not dare to charge anymore. They quickly gathered together and discussed with each other how to launch a surprise attack. Not long after, a red-haired old man revealed a ferocious expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, I'll let you experience my Duan family's forbidden technique today. God, slaying demon, slaughtering formation." The last 3 peak ninth heaven venerables joined forces and shot out a series of mysterious trajectories. Instantly, 3 arm-like streaks of blood flew out of their bodies and quickly intertwined in the air. Not only that, but many cultivators in the surroundings also exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The bloody mist seemed to be guided by an unknown force, and all of them came to the front of the 3 ninth heaven venerables. Soon, the bloody mist increased and finally formed a bloody sword. This bloody sword was 30 meters long, and it floated in the air, emitting a dense, bloody aura. It could even block the murderous aura formed by the king-killing formation. As for the 3 peak ninth heaven venerables, they burned all the spiritual power in their bodies and exploded with an extremely powerful energy. 6 palms grabbed the bloody sword aura and slashed forward fiercely. Boom! The bloody sword slashed forward, and the entire space collapsed. Even the murderous swords could not block it. Chapter 13:15. Boom! The blood-red sword slashed forward, and the entire void collapsed. Even the killing swords could not stop it. Soon, the blood-red sword arrived above Lin Xian and the others and slashed down quickly. The killing aura in front of Lin Xian actually cracked, as if it could not withstand the power of the blood-red sword. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and the others' pupils constricted, and they quickly retreated. A terrifying hole appeared where they had been. It was bottomless and emitted a dense killing aura. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked in a low voice. The 9th elder and the others were also panicking. Could it be that the killing formation has been broken? The dark, red, divine dragon's expression was also ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine. The formation is not broken. It's just that we were careless just now. I didn't expect these people to have such a forbidden technique." The sword just now was indeed terrifying because it was formed by the lives of 3 peak ninth heaven supremacies burning their spirit power, dozens of ninth heaven supremacies, and hundreds of 8th heaven supremacies. It could be said that its power was boundless. "Die, brat!" The 3 peak ninth heaven supremacies were pale. It seemed that the sword had consumed too much of their energy, but they still spared no effort to push it forward. "Are we going to attack?" Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he gripped the lone star, sword tightly. The dark, red, divine dragon shook his head. "Next, I'll let you see what a true king's killing formation is." It turned out that the dark, red, divine dragon had not fully activated the killing formation's power because it had consumed a lot of his energy to use it. However, the other party had obviously provoked him now. Therefore, he had to attack with all his might. In the next instant, the king's killing formation trembled and exploded with an incomparable light. Countless killing aura condensed in the air, forming many giant dragons that roared in all directions. With a swing of their tails, hundreds of martial artist assassins were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. Corpses flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. The entire mountain peak was like a Jurahel. It was extremely terrifying. One of the giant dragons even charged toward the blood-red sword. With a roar, the giant dragon crashed into the blood-red sword and instantly broke it. That terrifying force caused the 3 peak ninth heaven supremacies to vomit blood and fly backward. "How dare you sneak attack me? You're all dead." The dark, red divine dragon was enraged, and it waved its claws. Boundless killing intent formed multiple chains that locked the 3 ninth heaven venerables in the void. Lin Xian's figure flickered, arriving in front of the 3 and taking their storage rings. 2 of them roared angrily and wanted to self-detonate to drag Lin Xian down with them. However, hundreds of sword lights appeared in the void and completely pierced through the 2 of them. The other person was also pierced through the heart by thousands of arrows, nailing him to the void. The last 3 peak venerables died on the spot, and a large number of the surrounding cultivators died as well. Now, only 1/10 of them were still alive. Those who were still alive were terrified and screamed miserably. They regretted coming to kill Lin Xian. If they hadn't come, they wouldn't have to face such danger. However, it was too late now. On the other hand, Lin Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings like lightning before finally locking onto a figure. Ling Feng. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he gripped the Lone Star sword tightly and strode forward. The king's killing array was extremely terrifying. Until now, those peerless experts had all died, and only a few useless cultivators were still running for their lives. However, there was an exception among them. One expert was still alive, and that was Prince Ling Feng. He was wearing the galactic armor, and his entire body was emitting a blue light. He was like a god of war walking on the earth. With the galactic armor's powerful defense, Prince Ling Feng had forcefully resisted until now. However, his situation was not optimistic because he didn't have many spirit herbs left. If he couldn't escape now, he would die here sooner or later. In the next moment, his body trembled as he felt a gaze lock onto him. Lin Xian. Prince Ling Feng gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. It was this young man in front of him who had destroyed everything he had. Now, he wanted nothing more than to tear the other party apart. Lin Xian's expression was even colder. He snorted and strode forward with the Lone Star sword. The two of them were mortal enemies to begin with. There was nothing to say. Now that they met, there was only a battle. Seeing the other party charging over, Prince Ling Feng roared at the sky ferociously. "Brat, who do you think you are? You dare to make a move against me? Didn't you just rely on a killing array to kill countless of my experts? Without the killing array, you're not my match at all. Your Lin family is also not my Duan family's match." He was really mad. Previously, he was incomparably arrogant and took all the upper hand. However, he didn't expect that just because of a killing array, all the advantages he had before were all gone. Not only that, but he also suffered a crushing defeat. All the peerless experts around him were dead, and he was the only one left. Those experts were all his strength. It was even half of the Duan family's strength. Now that all the experts under him were gone, the Duan family found a serious blow. All of this was thanks to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian laughed coldly. "You don't need to provoke me. I didn't plan to use the killing array in the first place. I alone am enough to deal with you. Today, I'll let you know that even without the killing array, I can still kill you." Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and his battle intent was high. He held the Lone Star sword, and his entire person was like a sword god, emitting a dazzling light. Boom! In the next moment, he swung his long sword, and a terrifying sword chi swept across heaven and earth, violently slashing forward. This sword was powerful and heavy, as if a raging dragon was lying in the void. Clang! Prince Ling Feng swung his fist, contending with the huge sword chi in the sky. Then there was an earth-shattering explosion. However, his body flew backward, crashing into countless mountains. He had suffered serious internal injuries in the killing array just now, so he couldn't use his full strength now. Moreover, Lin Xian's sword was too terrifying. Lin Xian didn't pursue after sending his opponent flying. Instead, he stood in the void and said coldly, "I know you have the imperishable golden pill. Hurry up and eat it. Otherwise, you're not my match." Prince Ling Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up slowly. He took out a golden elixir from his storage ring and swallowed it quickly. Then, all the injuries on his body healed instantly, and even his strength reached its peak. "Brat, I'll let you know the difference between us. In front of me, you'll always be an ant." Prince Ling Feng regained his confidence. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he used his actions to answer the other party. He swung the Lone Star sword, and countless sword chi slashed forward. It's useless. I have the astral armor, which can block 70% of the damage. Your sword chi can't hurt me at all. Prince Ling Feng laughed maniacally, and his entire body emitted a dazzling light. He was like a god of war, shuttling through the countless sword chi. Then he came in front of Lin Xian and threw out a punch. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded like an ancient beast. Chapter 1316. Child Lingfeng laughed maniacally as his entire body emitted a dazzling light. He was like a god of war as he shuttled through the countless sword rays. Then he arrived in front of Lin Xian and threw out a punch. Boom! A terrifying force exploded like an ancient beast. Galaxy armor? I have one too. Facing Child Lingfeng's punch, Lin Xian snorted coldly as a blue armor appeared on his body. Moreover, under the blue armor, there was a bright red armor. It was the Red Lotus armor. When he used both armors, he could block 80% of the damage. His defense was even stronger than Child Lingfeng's. Therefore, his opponent's punch did not hurt Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian's sword chi was like a mountain as it suppressed Child Lingfeng and forced him to retreat. Galaxy armor? So you have one too. Good, good, good. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a move. Child Lingfeng's expression was cold as he took out a treasured fan. It seemed that he was going to use some powerful ultimate move. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He did not want to waste any more time with his opponent, so he quickly used the Raging Dragon Will. Instantly, his body's strength increased by 5 times. Not only that, but he also used the secret technique, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, to burn his blood energy and increase his strength by 5 times. With that, he exploded with 10 times his strength. Not only that, he had the Lone Star sword in his hand, which could be stacked by 5 times. In an instant, he used the Gale Lightning Sword. With the 5 swords stacked together, Lin Xian exploded with 20 times his strength. 5 swords in one. Die! In the sky, 5 gigantic swords appeared and filled the sky, emitting an ancient aura. Then, the 5 gigantic swords quickly merged into one, forming a solid ancient sword that slashed forward. Child Lingfeng's expression changed drastically. He did not expect his opponent to fight him to the death. However, he also roared and exploded with all his strength. Together with the treasured fan in his hand, he quickly blasted out. The next moment, the 2 forces collided and exploded in the air. The terrifying energy engulfed the 2 figures. When everything disappeared, Lin Xian stood in the air like a god of war, while young Master Ling Feng retreated pathetically and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Although he used all his strength to block that sword strike, he was still seriously injured. Damn it! Impossible! How could he have such power? Young Master Ling Feng was clenching his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He had never imagined that an 8th heavenly layer venerable brat would be able to display a strength stronger than his own. This was simply unacceptable to him. Moreover, what made him even more terrified was that the other party was not injured at all. With this comparison, the difference in strength was obvious. It's not like that. I must have been careless. Brat, just you wait. I'll use all my strength right now. I'll definitely be able to kill you. Young Master Ling Feng went crazy. He took out another indestructible golden pellet and was about to swallow it. Lin Xian coldly snorted and pointed his finger. In an instant, the void-shattering finger flew out and slammed into Prince Ling Feng's hand. The huge force shattered the indestructible golden pellet. You, search, die. Seeing that his life-saving divine pellet had been shattered, Prince Ling Feng roared crazily. He was unwilling to give up. He still had many secret techniques that he had not used yet. With his strength, as long as he used those secret techniques, he would definitely be able to kill his opponent. However, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Stop struggling. You can't defeat me. Today, I'll let you die under my strongest move. With that, Lin Xian closed his eyes and put the Lone Star sword back into its sheath. Dragon Sword Soul. When Lin Xian opened his eyes again, a green sword shadow had already appeared in front of him. A dragon-shaped, long sword floated in the void, exuding a terrifying aura, which shocked the surrounding king's killing intent. For a moment, the entire mountain peak was silent. There was no sound at all. The surviving cultivators looked at the dragon-shaped, long sword in a daze. Prince Lingfeng's pupils shrank as his scalp went numb. Impossible! This is impossible! He was too shocked. The dragon-shaped sword shadow was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the killing intent around him. This power was definitely enough to kill him. He could not understand how his opponent could have such a terrifying sword shadow. Prince Lingfeng's face was pale. He knew that his opponent was right. No matter what secret techniques he used, he would not be able to block the sword qi in front of him. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and burned his spiritual power. He turned and ran. The Duan clan's first young master, Prince Lingfeng of the Sky Martial Continent. He was a prodigy of the younger generation. However, such a dazzling figure was like a stray dog in front of Lin Xian. He did not even have the strength to fight back. As for Lin Xian, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the dragon sword soul. Then he slashed forward. With one slash, the heavens and earth lost their color. Even the killing intent around him was suppressed. In the sky, the escaping Prince Lingfeng's body trembled as his pupils dilated. Then, countless sword scars appeared on his body. It was extremely terrifying. Finally, with a boom, he exploded into a bloody mist. The famous Prince Lingfeng of the Sky Martial Continent was killed in one slash. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Prince Lingfeng was the hope of the Duan clan. He was the future master of the Duan clan. However, he was killed. No matter how dazzling or powerful you were when you were alive, as long as you were dead, nothing would exist. As for the remaining Duan clan martial artists, Lin Xian did not say anything. Instead, he waved his hand and killed everyone. The 9th elder, the 10th elder, and Luo Bingshan looked at their surroundings in shock. Previously, they did not dare to imagine such a scene. One had to know that Prince Lingfeng had brought along 10 9th level peak supremacies, over 59th level supremacies, and close to 108th level supremacies. Other than that, there were countless 7th level supremacies and 5-star assassins. Such a force could kill a half-step king. However, at this moment, all of them were dead. They knew that if this matter were to spread out, it would definitely shake the entire Sky Martial Continent. At that time, the Duan clan would definitely go all out and counterattack crazily, because killing so many peerless experts at once was something that had never happened in the Sky Martial Continent. Furthermore, not only were there peerless experts, Prince Lingfeng had also died. The Duan clan would definitely go crazy. At that time, they would definitely chase after Lin Xian all over the world. Lin Xian's expression was calm as he said, "Clean up the battlefield and collect all the storage rings. Then we will leave." Wong, wong, wong. The peerless killing array shook and quickly disappeared. Soon the surrounding scene appeared. It was still night, and countless dark clouds gathered in the sky. It was so dark that it made people feel depressed. However, as the king's killing array disappeared, the dark clouds quickly dissipated. Finally, a full moon appeared in the sky, emitting a cold light. Chapter 1317. With the disappearance of the king's killing array, the dark clouds quickly dissipated. The last full moon hung in the sky, emitting a chilling light. On the other hand, the entire Chongling Mountain had been shattered and turned into ruins. Not only that, the ground was filled with corpses and blood. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, making the entire place look like hell. The 9th elder and the 10th elder quickly collected the storage rings scattered on the ground. Previously, when the Crimson Divine Dragon activated the array to kill, it purposely left the warrior's storage rings untouched. Hence, they were all collected by Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the void. There was a set of blue armor floating and flickering. Beside it, there was an ancient ring. The blue armor was naturally the Starry Sky armor, the one that belonged to young Master Ling Feng. Previously, Lin Xian's slash did not destroy the armor. Instead, it landed on young Master Ling Feng's body. Hence, young Master Ling Feng's body turned into a bloody mist. However, the Starry Sky armor and storage ring were unharmed. With a wave of his hand, the two treasures in the void flew towards Lin Xian. Soon, the Starry Sky armor and storage ring arrived in front of Lin Xian. The Starry Sky armor was a defensive treasure. It could withstand 70% of the damage, which was rare in the world. It was because of this treasure that young Master Ling Feng could last until the end. Even king families did not have many of such treasures. They were only given to the most important people. However, now Lin Xian had another set. The storage ring beside it was also young Master Ling Feng's. There must be a lot of treasures in it. With a wave of his hand, he kept the two treasures in the white bone ring. On the other side, the 9th elder, the 10th elder, and the rest had also cleaned up the battlefield and collected all the storage rings. Then Lin Xian released countless black flames, forming a sea of black flames that enveloped the entire mountain. The mountain, trees, corpses, and blood were all turned into ashes in the terrifying black flames. In the end, nothing was left. Lin Xian and the rest soared into the sky and disappeared into the night sky. A few days later, the news still spread. It was no secret that young Master Ling Feng had led a large group of experts to hunt them down. However, there was no news of them after a few days. This meant that they must have met with some mishap. All sorts of news were flying around, and the Duan clan's experts were doing their best to find out, trying to dispel all sorts of lies. But in the end, they still despaired. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find young Master Ling Feng and the others. There could only be one result. It can't be. There's so many peerless experts and terrifying assassins. Could it be that they were all killed? Everyone was shocked, and the entire continent went crazy. What? All the 9th heavenly layer peak powerhouses are dead? How is this possible? How could Lin Xian and the others possess such strength? They were really dumbfounded. 9th heaven peak. It was a top-rate combat strength in the Exalt realm, and it was terrifying to the extreme. However, at this moment, he was actually killed by someone. Could it be that it was done by Lin Xian and his group? Someone guessed. This was because they didn't believe that Lin Xian and his group alone could kill a 9th heaven peak stage paragon. However, someone quickly spread the news and said, it's not like that. The experts from Lin Xian and his group didn't make a move. Because to kill such a powerful force like young Master Ling Feng, it definitely wasn't something that 1 or 2 experts could do. Even if they made a move, it should be cultivators of similar strength. With so many people making a move, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. It was impossible that no one noticed. So, this wasn't done by Lin Xian and his group at all. Then who exactly is it? Could it be that Lin Xian still has other mysterious forces? Someone guessed. However, the more they dug out the truth, the more shocked they were. It's not just 1 9th heaven peak stage paragon, but 10 9th heaven peak stage paragons. And they're all dead. Everyone's mind went blank, and they didn't dare to believe it. Heavens! Those 9th heaven paragons were all killed mercilessly, as if they were harvested chives. There were also hundreds of 8th heaven paragons, countless cultivators and assassins. None of them escaped. What kind of method is this? It's really too heaven-defying. This can no longer be described as shocking. This is practically a miracle. I'm afraid only kings can do something like this. One had to know that young Master Ling Feng's group could already kill half-step kings. So, apart from kings, no one else could do it. Big news! Shocking news! The battlefield has been discovered by experts at Chongling Mountain. Before long, more news came. It turned out that a peerless expert had discovered the location of the battle. Instantly, countless cultivators soared into the sky and rushed towards Chongling Mountain. Looking at the pitch-black hole that had been completely burned, all the cultivators felt their scalps go numb. Those peerless experts frowned, because although everything was burned, they could still sense the residual smell of blood in the air, as well as the endless murderous aura. What kind of aura is this? It's too terrifying. It's not something a paragon can release. It's too terrifying. There's so much blood in the air. It's definitely not caused by 1 or 2 corpses. There are definitely hundreds of corpses. Moreover, they're all experts, peerless experts. This is probably half of the Duan family strength. They've actually been wiped out. I'm afraid the Duan family is going crazy this time. Lin Xian has already grown to such an extent. His ability is so heaven-defying. I'm afraid the remaining members of the Duan family aren't a match for him. That kid is too dangerous. We absolutely can't make an enemy out of him. For a time, everyone was terrified. Indeed, a few hundred experts had died in this battle. There were even a few tens of peerless experts and young Master Ling Feng who was renowned throughout the continent. It could be said that this was the most horrifying battle in the past few hundred years. The shock from this battle didn't disappear just like that. Instead, it grew even more intense and swiftly affected the entire continent. The Duan family, the estate was deathly silent. When they found out that young Master Ling Feng and all the experts he brought with him had been killed, all of them were stunned on the spot. They didn't dare believe it, nor did they dare accept it, because it was half of their clan's strength. Young Master Ling Feng was the future master of the Duan family. However, all of them had actually been killed, and not a single one had escaped alive. It was even to the extent that they didn't even know what method their enemy had used. For a time, the entire Duan family was in panic, and they felt like the end of the world was coming. On the other hand, the martial exalt was even more frenzied. The Duan family's ancestor was in closed-door cultivation and was trying his best to break through into the king realm. So he didn't know about this. The entire Duan family was under the control of the martial exalt now, and he went completely berserk when he found out that his son had been killed. On that very day, he led a group of experts and left the Duan family to pursue Lin Xian. But he quickly regretted it because he was targeted as soon as he showed himself. It turned out that a quasi-king had ambushed him with the intention of using his head to exchange for a longevity pill. It wasn't just that he'd encountered a formidable opponent. Chapter 1318. Wu Zun led countless experts and left the Duan family to chase after Lin Xian. However, he soon regretted it because he was targeted the moment he appeared. A half-step king wanted to use his head to exchange for a longevity pill. Not only that, but he also met a powerful opponent. Sword Venerable. He met Sword Venerable. At this moment, Sword Venerable's figure was tall and straight. Although his hair was still white, there was no trace of age on his face. Not only that, his aura was even sharper. It was as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. Sword Venerable had been reborn. Not only had his body recovered, but even his cultivation had recovered. A few months ago, Sword Venerable had taken a longevity pill and obtained 30 years of lifespan. After a few months of recovery and taking old-time tea, his body had reached its peak and his cultivation had recovered to the half-step king realm. This could be said to be a miracle. The entire continent was shocked. The deity Sword Villa went crazy, and Sword Venerable himself was even more excited. Of course, all of this was because of Lin Xian, so he was very grateful to Lin Xian. Now that he knew that Wu Zun wanted to kill Lin Xian, he was naturally the first to rush forward. Wu Zun's face turned green because the other party was a peerless expert who had shaken the continent 1,000 years ago. His sword skills were unfathomable and definitely not inferior to his own. Not only that, there were half-step kings hiding around who wanted to take his life. It could be said that he was in a very awkward situation. If he were to fight, he would not be able to gain any advantage and might even be killed. However, if he were to leave just like that, he would not be able to vent the anger in his heart. For a moment, these people were stunned in the void. Wu Zun was so angry that his body trembled. In the end, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Good, good, good. Lin Xian, sword venerable, I'll remember you. And those people hiding in the dark, just you wait. When my father becomes a king, all of you will die. He roared crazily like a crazy beast. However, in the end, he had no choice but to return to the Duan family with a group of experts. When the news spread, the entire continent was shocked again. They did not expect that even Wu Zun would be forced to retreat and could not attack. This Lin Xian's strength was just too strong. Everyone was shocked, and the forces and clans that were allied with the Duan clan all fell silent. Many of their people were even transferred back, and none of them dared to find trouble with Lin Xian. It could be said that at this moment, Lin Xian was in the limelight, overshadowing the 4 young masters of Tianwu. No one in the younger generation could compare to him. While the outside world was in chaos, Lin Xian and the others had already returned to Starpoint Peak. They knew that once this news spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion across the entire continent. At that time, the Duan clan would also crazily counterattack, so they returned early in the morning. Not only that, the disciples of the immortal martial auction house and the Dragon's Word Pavilion who were outside were all summoned back. Lin Xian would not give the Duan family any chance to retaliate. The outside world was indeed in chaos, but Lin Xian was having a party. The bonfire was raised, and the corpses of the huge demonic beasts were cleaned up and placed on top of the bonfire. The gold-like grease dripped onto the fire, making crackling sounds. Soon, the aroma of barbecued meat filled the mountain. Plates of spirit fruits and cups of spirit wine were casually placed on the grass. Lin Xian, the 9th elder, the 10th elder, and Wan Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the other disciples of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion gathered together and ate and drank to their heart's content. Killing young Master Ling Feng and exhausting half of the Duan clan strength was indeed something worth celebrating. Older brother Xian, awesome. This is too awesome. So many peak 9th stage, peerless experts were all killed. This kind of scene, just thinking about it makes me excited. Wan Li shouted excitedly. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head at the side. Older brother Xian, you're too mean. Why didn't you bring your brothers to watch such a wonderful scene? I've never seen a 9th stage expert killed before. That's right, older brother Xian. Next time there's such a good thing, bring us along to watch. A group of disciples of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion chatted and laughed. All right, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely bring you guys along. Lin Xian said boldly. Come, cheers. Today, we won't rest until we're drunk. A group of people were celebrating. Among the crowd, Dugu Ao Tian and Li Yunfei were also holding their wine cups. However, the 2 of them were somewhat sluggish. It was obvious that they were completely shocked by the news outside and had yet to recover from their shock. Is this really Lin Xian? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Li Yunfei couldn't believe it. Dugu Ao Tian also laughed bitterly. I originally wanted to treat him as an opponent, but now it seems that I can't even see his figure. I've long been left far behind. The 2 of them were indeed depressed. To be honest, the 2 of them were also talented martial arts geniuses. That was why they had reached the 7th level of the Venerable Realm at such a young age. At their age, they could be said to be at the top. However, compared to Lin Xian, they felt an endless sense of defeat. Haha, don't be discouraged. Not to mention you. Even I am filled with frustration. On the side, Meng Tian also raised his wine cup and laughed. Junior brother Lin is a monster. He's the only one in the entire Tianwu continent. No one else can compare to him. That's why you've been looking for the wrong target from the beginning. Find someone else. Meng Tian, who was rank third on the previous mysterious sovereign leaderboard and was now the main powerhouse of the punishment hall, also lamented. Beside him, a handsome man also said, "That's right. I originally thought that the boss could suppress him, but now it seems that even 10 bosses aren't enough." The young man was ranked second on the previous mysterious sovereign leaderboard. The boss that they were referring to was naturally ranked first on the previous mysterious sovereign leaderboard. At that moment, he was also the strongest warrior of the younger generation in the punishment hall. However, compared to Lin Xian, he was indeed much weaker. After all, even someone as strong as Sir Lingfeng had been defeated by Lin Xian. In the entire continent, there were probably not many people in the younger generation who could compete with Lin Xian. If nothing went wrong, junior brother Lin would definitely become a king. These people looked at Lin Xian with envy. After a night of partying, everyone had great time. On the second day, Lin Xian had a good rest. On the third day, he once again resumed his normal cultivation. The 9th elder and the 10th elder did not leave either. The two of them were counting the spoils of war. In the previous battle, they had collected hundreds of storage rings. These were all storage rings of powerhouses. There were even storage rings of peak 9th level martial artists. There were countless treasures inside. At that moment, what they needed to do was to count and organize these treasures. Good stuff. Really good stuff. What a great harvest. There are only 10 peak 9th level martial artists. It would be great if there were 10 more. The 10th elder was very excited. The storage rings of the peak 9th level martial artists were very rich. It could be said that they were a small treasure trove. After spending almost an entire day, the two of them finally finished counting all the items in the storage rings. Chapter 1319. After spending almost an entire day, the two of them finally finished checking all the items in the storage rings. The result made them suck in a breath of cold air. Too much. It was too much. The amount was comparable to that of a 6th rank sect. Not only that, but the storage rings of the 9th rank supremacies were even more precious. There were countless treasures inside, and there were even dozens of half-Earth rank treasures. Other than that, there were all kinds of weapons, defensive equipment, spiritual herbs, spiritual pills, and cultivation techniques. In other words, the loot this time was the most that the 9th elder and the 9th elder had ever seen in their lives. This did not include the galactic armor that Lin Xian had obtained and the storage ring of young Master Lingfeng. Young Master Lingfeng's storage ring should be even more valuable. Indeed, Lin Xian was also checking young Master Lingfeng's storage ring. Even though he was used to seeing countless treasures, he could not help but be amazed when he saw the storage ring. Other than the galactic armor, the most valuable item was the indestructible golden pill. Lin Xian had seen the power of the golden pill before. It could heal a severely injured person instantly. It could be said that Lin Xian had been eyeing it for a long time. Now he finally got it. 7 pills, a total of 7 pills. There were 7 indestructible golden pills in young Master Lingfeng's storage ring. This was definitely a shocking amount of money. One had to know that indestructible golden pills were very rare. Even the Duan family did not have many of them. It was already very impressive for an ordinary important person to have 1 or 2, but young Master Lingfeng had 7. In addition to the one that he had eaten previously, he had 8 in total. Under normal circumstances, if young Master Lingfeng fought with someone, he would have 8 chances to survive. This was definitely undefeatable, unless someone was like Lin Xian and killed him in 1 strike, not giving him a chance to consume the indestructible golden pill. Actually, Lin Xian was also feeling a bit of lingering fear. Fortunately, he had been decisive at that time and used his most powerful attack to kill his opponent. Otherwise, if he had really fought with his opponent, the situation would have been different. Looking at the 7 golden, indestructible pills in his hand, Lin Xian was extremely excited. This was equivalent to having 7 lives. Yes, one for Morong, one for Chiao and one for Zhao Shui. Lin Xian thought for a moment and decided to give 3 to the 3 of them, because he had an unusual relationship with these 3 women. He didn't want anything to happen to them. Morong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were easy to deal with. He could just give them to them when the time came. But Zhao Shui was a little difficult, because he didn't know where she was now. Forget it. I'll leave it for her first. Lin Xian carefully put away the indestructible golden pill. This was a good, life-saving item. He would need it unless he was in a life-or-death situation. In addition to the indestructible golden pill, there were also many good things in the storage ring. For example, the treasured fan contained a fragment of an Earth-rank treasure artifact, and its power was boundless. In addition, there was a treasured saber that also contained a fragment of an Earth-rank treasure artifact. The grades of the other weapons were also very high. Lin Xian also found 2 Earth-rank martial arts, a fist art and a palm art. However, he didn't plan to learn them now. Instead, he put them away. As for the other spirit pills, spirit herbs, and countless spirit stones, Lin Xian only glanced at them and didn't pay too much attention to them. Because he could have as many of these things as he wanted, he didn't care too much. What he really cared about were the fragments of the Earth-rank treasure artifact and the precious spirit pills. These were the real treasures. No matter what, this was definitely a great harvest. It was even more than all of his belongings. This was only young Master Ling Feng's wealth. Presumably, the Martial Honorable and the entire Duan clan's resources were even more abundant, and there were even more treasures. I really want to tear down the Duan clan's nest. Lin Xian was very envious. However, he also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He had just killed young Master Ling Feng, and the Duan clan was probably incomparably crazy. They couldn't wait for him to deliver himself to their doorstep. So this matter had to be delayed. Soon, the 9th elder and the other elder handed the list to Lin Xian. After looking at it, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He didn't keep most of these things. He let the 9th elder and the other elder bring them back to the Palace of Gods of War as cultivation resources. He also left a small portion for the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion to cultivate. These people were his foundation and the foundation of his future. Therefore, Lin Xian was never stingy with his own people. Wang Li, Yu Fei, Dongfang Xiong, and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were also very excited after receiving these cultivation resources. They were even more loyal to Lin Xian. "Young master, why don't you come back with us?" The 9th elder and the other elder said, "All right, I haven't been to the Palace of Gods of War yet." Lin Xian nodded, somewhat tempted. Now, the situation had reversed. The Duan clan had suffered heavy losses and had already left the Palace of Gods of War. Lin Zhan's line of people had regained control of the Palace of Gods of War. Therefore, it was very safe for Lin Xian to head to the Palace of Gods of War now. However, he didn't let his guard down and didn't set off immediately. Instead, he let the dark red divine dragon set up a king's killing formation again. Anyway, he had just obtained a large amount of resources. He could definitely create a king's killing formation. Moreover, Lin Xian had a new request for this king's killing formation, which was that it could be carried around with him. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to do it. However, the dark red divine dragon had no problem. It was a formation expert and had so many materials with it. Naturally, it could create such a portable killing formation. However, it would take a little longer. "It's fine. I can wait as long as it takes. Go ahead." Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. This time, it took even longer to create the king's killing formation. It took more than a month. However, the final result was still very good. A portable king's killing formation. Its power wasn't any weaker than the previous one. Moreover, it could be carried around and released at any time. It could be said that it was Lin Xian's ultimate weapon. However, this wasn't something that could be used forever. It was a consumable item. In other words, it could only be used once. Once it was released, it would be used up. Lin Xian wasn't too surprised. If this king's killing formation could be used without restraint, he would probably be invincible against anyone below the king level. However, there was no such thing in the world. Lin Xian wasn't too disappointed that it could only be used once. This was originally his trump card. He wouldn't use it unless it was a matter of life and death. He also had other life-saving means, such as the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. However, using the 10,000 Beast Cauldron once required an Earth-tier treasure fragment. This price was too high. Lin Xian didn't have much left. Therefore, he wouldn't use the 10,000 Beast Cauldron if he could. Since he had the king's killing formation, Lin Xian's safety was guaranteed. Then, the group set off and flew towards the Palace of Gods of War. The Palace of Gods of War was a king-level force in the Tianwu continent. It dominated a region and could be said to be a top-notch giant. However, Lin Xian was very confused as he listened to the Ninth Elder and the others' discussion. According to them, Lin Zhan became the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War 15 years ago. Chapter 1320. Along the way, Lin Xian was very confused as he listened to the Ninth Elder and the rest's discussion. According to them, Lin Zhan became the palace master of the Palace of Ares 15 years ago. But how was that possible? Lin Xian clearly remembered that 15 years ago he was only 6 years old. At that time, Lin Zhan stayed with him every day in the Sword Pool Mansion. Moreover, the Tianan region was very far from here. It was impossible for Lin Zhan to travel to both places at the same time. Lin Zhan left the Sword Pool Mansion at the same time as him. It should be less than 5 years. At that time, he thought that his father was dead. He only found out later that his father came to the Tianwu continent. However, there was a difference of more than 10 years. The time didn't match at all. What is going on? Lin Xian was very confused. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask the Ninth Elder and the Ninth Elder about this. Hence, he could only keep it in his heart and prepare to ask his father when he met him. The Palace of Ares was in the center of the Tianwu continent. It occupied the most fertile land and the best spirit vein. The palace was even more majestic. It had golden bricks and green tiles. It was extraordinary. At a glance, there were countless palaces and pavilions. It was like a paradise on earth. Looking at the paradise-like palaces, Lin Xian sighed in his heart. According to the Ninth Elder, when Lin Zhan was in charge of the Palace of Ares, the surrounding countries were all subsidiaries of the Palace of Ares. Not to mention those sixth-rank sects and countless family clans. It could be said that the Palace of Ares was the true overlord of the continent. It was an existence that could make countless powerful martial artists submit to. However, in recent years, with Lin Zhan in seclusion and the Duan family seizing power, the Palace of Ares was quickly depleted. The countries and sects under it were also quickly divided. Although it was still a huge organization now, it was no longer the same as when it was at its peak. However, the Ninth Elder and the rest believed that as long as Lin Zhan came out of seclusion, the Palace of Ares would be glorious again. Lin Xian's arrival was received by a group of powerful elders. These people looked at Lin Xian with smiles on their faces. Their eyes shone brightly. They couldn't wait to kiss him. They couldn't help but be excited. This was their young master. He was a young man who could kill Prince Lingfeng and countless other peerless experts. He was the future hope of the Palace of Gods of War. That was why these people of the older generation were so excited to see Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also very happy, because he knew that these people firmly supported his father, which made him very moved. Lin Xian didn't stay idle after interacting with the elders of the older generation. He immediately went to the place where his father was in seclusion. The place where Lin Zhan was in seclusion was a valley called Wanling Valley. This valley was very strange and famous because there was a huge spiritual vein underground. It could be said that it was a creation of heaven and earth. The spirit chi here was so abundant that it was visible to the naked eye. As soon as Lin Xian entered, He was so moved that the blood in his body began to boil. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. This was simply too shocking because this place was truly a holy land for cultivation. As expected of a king clan, they actually had such a heaven-defying place. Even the dark red divine dragon coveted it. "Young master, we can't go any further. There's a peerless formation up ahead. Even kings can't break through it," the ninth elder quickly said from the side. This was also the reason why the Palace of Gods of War wasn't worried. It was because no one could enter the place where Lin Jian was in seclusion. The dark red divine dragon held his chin and swam around quickly to check ahead. In the end, he sighed and said, "That's right. There's indeed a huge formation up ahead. It's an ancient formation. If I want to break through it, I'll need a few years." So powerful! Lin Xian was shocked. However, he was soon overjoyed. This meant that his father was absolutely safe. "Ninth elder, I would like to cultivate here for a period of time." Lin Xian looked at the valley up ahead and said slowly, "Young master, feel free to cultivate here for as long as you want. I guarantee that no one will disturb you." The ninth elder left to give instructions. As for Lin Xian, he found a place to sit down. Although he couldn't see his father now, it would be good if he could stay in the place where his father was in seclusion for a period of time. The dark red divine dragon also agreed to this suggestion. The spirit qi in this place was too dense. It was just right for him to recover. Amazing, amazing! The dark red divine dragon circled around a few times. Then he exclaimed, "Lad, I have to say that your father is really too powerful. There shouldn't be a spirit vein underground. It should be a dragon vein. If one cultivated here for a long time, the effects would be heaven-defying. However, the path ahead is blocked by an ancient formation. Otherwise, I would also want to play around in the valley." The dark red divine dragon sighed. Lin Xian said warily, "Ruffian dragon, don't do anything rash." This fellow didn't have any scruples. He was really afraid that the dark red divine dragon would destroy the formation in front of them. "Don't worry. I won't do anything rash." With the ruffian dragon's guarantee, Lin Xian was relieved. Hence, he closed his eyes, formed seals with his hands, and started to cultivate quickly. Gradually, he entered an ethereal state. The longevity secret art in his body quickly circulated, and he absorbed the dense spirit qi in the surroundings. This place was very good. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating outside for several years. Hence, Lin Xian planned to cultivate here properly. However, before long, an unexpected situation occurred in his body. Roar! The great dragon's sword soul surged and let out a deep dragon roar. It seemed like it had encountered something. "Is there danger?" Lin Xian furrowed his brows and quickly probed with his soul power. He became very cautious. However, he didn't discover any danger. There also weren't any experts hiding in the surroundings. This made him very confused. He didn't understand why the great dragon sword soul in his body was acting strangely. However, he soon understood. This was because he could clearly sense a deep dragon roar coming from the 1,000 Spirit Valley in front of him. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. He turned his head and looked at the dark red divine dragon. He discovered that it was still cultivating. It seemed like it didn't hear the dragon roar in front of him. What's going on? Am I the only one who can hear it? How is this possible? Lin Xian was very shocked. He didn't understand what was going on. However, in the next moment, his body trembled and he became absent-minded. It seemed like he was wrapped up by a mysterious power and drawn into the darkness. In just a moment, this strange feeling disappeared. He discovered that he had already left the periphery of the 1,000 Spirit Valley. He was also very familiar with this place. There was a small black cauldron in front of him. There were birds and beasts engraved on it. There was a purple bamboo beside it. Its whole body was flickering with lightning. Many spirit herbs were planted around the bamboo. Chapter 13:21. In an instant, the strange feeling disappeared. He realized that he had left the periphery of Wanling Valley. He was also very familiar with the place he was in. There was a small black cauldron in front of him. There were birds and beasts carved on it. It was the 1,000-beast cauldron. There was a purple bamboo beside it. It was flashing with lightning. It was the purple thunder divine bamboo. There were many spiritual herbs around the bamboo. This is the world in my body. Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that he had come to the world of the sword-shaped pendant lock in his body. However, there was a difference. This was different from when he had entered the world before. Previously, he had entered with his soul power. This time he had entered with his body. This had only happened when Wine Lord was around. After Wine Lord left, his body couldn't enter the world at all. But now he actually came in again. It had to be said that it was really unexpected. Could it be that Wine Lord is back? Lin Xian was shocked. He clearly remembered that Wine Lord had entered the depths of this world. No, that's not right. It's not Wine Lord. Lin Xian shook his head. It's because of the dragon's roar in Wanling Valley. Could it be father? Lin Xian was shocked. He guessed that this might be his father's doing. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure quickly appeared near the withered tree in front of him. It was a man. He was tall and sturdy. His face was as sharp as a knife. He was very determined. He looked like a god of war. Although he didn't emit any aura, he felt like a vast sea. He was like a vast starry sky. This aura had surpassed the supremacy realm. Father! Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him. He was very excited and quickly shouted. It was indeed his father. His father had pulled him into this mysterious space. Lin Xian ignored everything and ran forward crazily. However, when he reached the withered tree, he couldn't take another step forward. His father's figure was on the other side of the withered tree. They were only a few meters apart, but Lin Xian couldn't cross it. Little Xian, you have grown up. Lin Zhan, who was in front of him, spoke in a calm voice. Father, is it really you? Am I dreaming? Lin Xian was overjoyed. He stopped moving forward and stood beside the tree to ask questions. It's me. I didn't expect you to come to the Myriad Spirits Valley so soon. It seems that the situation outside is much better than I expected. Lin Zhan's face was filled with love. Father, why are you here? And what's with the Palace of War? What's with this space? Why did they say that you came here 15 years ago? But you've only been gone for 5 years. By the way, where's my mother? Mother has also left the Sword Pool Manor. Where is she now? Lin Xian asked a series of questions because he was too confused. Everything that had happened to him was extremely strange. However, in the face of so many questions, Lin Zhan only answered one. Your mother is with me now. She is in the Myriad Spirits Valley. However, she can't enter this space. Hence, you can't meet her for now. Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still had many questions. Little Xian, I can't explain everything in such a short time. Moreover, I can't stay in your world for too long. However, there is one thing that you must remember. You are my son. You don't have to doubt this. As for the time difference, I will explain it to you in the future. Lin Zhan's voice was calm. Why not now? Lin Xian sounded anxious. He really wanted to know the reason. You can't do it now. Time is tight. I need you to do something. Something? What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. Return to the Tianan region and rescue the people from the Lin family. Lin Zhan said in a low voice. Return to the Tianan region? Lin Xian was shocked. This was something that he had planned for a long time. However, why did his father sound so anxious? Did something happen in the Tianan region? Lin Xian asked again. Something did happen. I am still in seclusion and can't go out. However, I have a rough idea. Something seemed to have appeared in the Tianan region. It caused the overall cultivation strength to increase tremendously. However, the Tianen region is now under the control of the Black Dragon sect. Hence, most of the benefits this time belong to the Black Dragon sect. If this continues, the martial artists and citizens in the Tianen region will suffer even more. They will not be able to make a living. Furthermore, the people from the Lin family are still there. Hence, you should hurry back and destroy the Black Dragon sect, Lin Zhan said in a low voice. All right, I will go back now. Lin Xian knew that the situation was serious. Moreover, his parents were very safe. He didn't need to worry about this place. On the contrary, he was very worried about the Tianen region. Even though the Lin family had been sealed by ice and the members of the Black Dragon sect were unable to break it for a while, who knew what would happen after a few years? At this moment, Lin Zhan said, "Don't be careless. Even though your strength is not bad, I still have to remind you. The Tianen region has undergone tremendous changes in the past few years. Its cultivation in the martial Dao isn't inferior to the Tianen region," Lin Zhan reminded, especially the Black Dragon sect leader. He has already stepped into the King Realm. He even has half-step King Realm experts and many peak 9th rank King Realm experts under his command. He has stepped into the King Realm. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. This news really surprised him. After all, it is extremely difficult to break through to the King Realm. Otherwise, there would have been piles of King Realm experts on the Tianwu continent a long time ago, and there wouldn't only be a few King Realm experts now. After all, the Duan clan's ancestor was still unable to break through to the King Realm even after risking his life. However, he hadn't expected that the Black Dragon sect leader would actually succeed in breaking through in the Tianen region. Moreover, based on what Lin Zhan said, the forces under the Black Dragon sect leader weren't inferior to a king clan. "Father, are you asking me to challenge a king clan alone?" The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Lin Zhan smiled and said, "Kid, don't complain to me. Right now, your strength is probably not even comparable to half-step King Realm experts. If I don't give you some pressure now, how can you improve so quickly? Believe in yourself. The great dragon sword soul in your body is definitely beyond your imagination. As long as there is enough pressure from the outside world, you will be able to maintain a high-speed cultivation state. Moreover, even though the Black Dragon sect has made a great breakthrough as a whole, it isn't the result of natural cultivation. Instead, it is because they consume something external. Even though they have strength, their martial Dao foundation isn't stable. Compared to a true king clan, they are far too inferior. Chapter 1322. What is it that can make their cultivation improve so much in just a few years? Lin Xian was very curious. "I don't know. You'll have to find out yourself. Go back to the Tianen region as soon as possible. Maybe I'll come out of seclusion when you come back." Lin Zhan's figure gradually faded. "Oh, right, Father. I have a few golden indestructible pills. I'll give you and Mother too." Lin Xian was about to take out his storage ring. "I don't need those things. You can keep them." Lin Zhan shook his head slightly. Then his figure completely disappeared. "They're gone?" Lin Xian was a little disappointed. After all, he hadn't seen his parents for 4 or 5 years. "Forget it. Father is already a king tier and has a lifespan of 2,000 years. As for Mother, I don't have to worry. I'd better hurry back to the Tianen region." Lin Xian moved and left the mysterious world in his body. In the next moment, he opened his eyes and stood up from the grass. "Ruffian Dragon, stop cultivating. There's something new for us to do. Fuck, kid, stop messing around. I'm in the middle of cultivating." The dark red divine dragon was very unhappy that his cultivation was interrupted because the spiritual qi here was too dense. "Sai, let's continue cultivating when we come back. This time, there's really something urgent." Lin Xian sighed and picked him up. "What's so urgent?" Are you going to attack the Duan clan? The dark red divine dragon was puzzled. No, I'm going back to the Tianan region, Lin Xian said. Tianan region? Yes, my hometown. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was interested. Your hometown? That sounds good. Is there anything fun to do? Let's go. I'll tell you on the way. I have to make some arrangements in the Celestial Martial Academy. Then the two of them soared into the sky and returned to the War God Palace to bid farewell to the 9 elders and the others. Although he knew that the Black Dragon sect in the Tianan region was very powerful, he didn't mobilize people from the War God Palace. Although the Duan clan had suffered a setback, they were still very powerful. Therefore, he left all the experts of the War God technique here. However, he called Luo Bingshan through the Beast Slave Seal and asked her to bring a few reliable 5-star assassins. With these people by his side, they would definitely be a formidable force. After which, Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon left the War God Palace, flying towards the Immortal Martial Academy. On the way, the Dark Red Dragon asked curiously, "Kid, you haven't told me what fun places there are in your hometown." Lin Xian was helpless. He thought for a moment and said, "Do you still remember the first time we met?" "Why are you bringing this up?" The Dark Red Divine Dragon looked displeased. "If it weren't for you, how could I have lost my dragon essence? How could I have fallen to such a state?" Ugh! Lin Xian was speechless. He did not expect to bring up the sad past of the Dark Red Divine Dragon, so he quickly changed the topic. "Wasn't there a black dragon that time? He was in my hometown." "What? You mean that black guy?" And Hong, the Divine Dragon, was interested. He snorted and said, "Who does that guy think he is? How dare he call himself a dragon? It's just a mixed-blood black Jiao dragon. What's there to be proud of?" "Kid, is he really in your hometown? Then I must go. I must give him a good beating this time. He is indeed in my hometown. Moreover, that fellow has established a demon sect and is slaughtering wantonly in the South Heaven region. I'm going back this time to eliminate him. There's actually such a thing." The Dark Red Divine Dragon was furious. "Don't worry. I was able to send him flying with a single slap all those years ago. It won't be a problem this time." Lin Xian sighed instead. "But according to the information I obtained, that fellow seems to have broken through to the King Realm." "What? The King Realm?" The Dark Red Divine Dragon glared. "A mixed-blood black Jiao dragon like him can actually break through?" He was extremely displeased when he heard this, because his cultivation had dropped. Even though he had recovered quite a bit during this period of time, he was still unable to go against a king realm. "You intend to make a move against a king realm this time?" At the same time, he was extremely shocked, because it seemed like Lin Xian really intended to make a move against a king realm. Even though you have the dragon sword soul, you can't defeat a king realm expert. After all, a king realm expert has already surpassed the Exalt realm and possesses his own domain. Let's talk about it when the time comes. He might even break through. Moreover, according to what I know, that fellow should have consumed something to break through to the king realm. The two of them rapidly conversed as they flew through the air like lightning. Half a month later, they finally returned to the Blood Realm. Another 3 days later, they arrived at the Immortal Martial Academy. However, before they even entered the academy, Lin Xian frowned in the mountain range near the academy, because he saw 2 figures confronting each other in the air. The terrifying aura pressed down on the countless demonic beasts below, causing them to prostrate on the ground and tremble. The person on the left was dressed in a black robe with red patterns drawn on it. He wore a golden mask on his face that flickered with dazzling light under the sunlight. His entire body was covered in ice-cold killing intent. The terrifying killing intent caused the surrounding space to distort. The other person was a woman. She wore a long purple dress and had an extremely beautiful appearance. Her temperament was even more ethereal, as if she was a fairy. Above her jade-like palm, countless strands of purple chi surged like auspicious purple clouds, emitting a terrifying aura. The two beautiful women confronted each other in the air. Their terrifying auras collided in the air, causing crackling sounds of thunder. Just as the two of them were about to fight, Lin Xian quickly flew over and shouted at the same time, "Stop! They're on the same side!" As it turned out, the two people in front of him were Luo Bingshan and Murong Qingqing. The two of them had somehow encountered each other and were confronting each other for some unknown reason. Although Lin Xian didn't know the reason, he definitely couldn't let the two of them fight, so he quickly stepped forward to stop them. Murong Qingqing was delighted when she saw Lin Xian flying over. However, when she heard that they were on the same side, her beautiful eyebrows twitched and she snorted angrily. "What did you say? Who's on the same side as her?" The dark red dragon laughed maniacally at the side. "Kakaka! Kid, that girl is jealous." Lin Xian had a bitter smile on his face. He was about to explain something when Luo Bingshan bowed respectfully from afar. "Greetings, master." "Master? What master?" Murong Qingqing's figure flashed and came to Lin Xian's side. At the same time, her slender, jade-like hands pinched the flesh on Lin Xian's waist. "When did you receive such a beautiful servant? How come I didn't know?" Murong Qingqing was filled with jealousy as she pinched Lin Xian fiercely. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and almost cried out in pain. However, he knew that Murong Qingqing was jealous, so he immediately laughed and pulled her into his arms. "Well, I'll tell you properly when I have time." When Lin Xian held her, Murong Qingqing's face turned red. She warned him, but she didn't struggle. She said, "You make people worry. You just killed young Master Ling Feng and still dare to swagger around outside. Are you really not afraid of the Duan clan's revenge?" "Hee, aren't I back now?"